Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. I hope everyone had a great week. I made it through the week. We had a heat wave up here, but I think it was a heat wave that pretty much tapped over many of the states in the United States. But the heat wave was no joke. Working in 103, 104-degree weather outside, fully geared up and equipped it and all that stuff like that. It's no joke. I had to drink a whole lot of water, but I made it. I made it. So I hope everyone is doing well. I hope that everything is going okay. I hope your family is doing well. I really just wish the best for you, okay? And shout out to our first comer, Sean. How are you, sir? Thank you so much for being the first one to tap in. I hope you're having a great weekend, and thank you so much for coming by and supporting. I always appreciate you. And Young Riaz, how are you, little bro? I hope everything is well with you. Shout out to you. Make sure y'all go look at Young Riaz channel. He is bringing new music about UK hip hop rap. He's really into that, and he's bringing it on the scene. Some good artists that he think that you might like their music and follow. So if you're interested in that type of genre of music, go ahead and check out his channel. His channel is great for that. I appreciate you, Young Riaz. Thank you so much. Tabana, how are you? I am doing well. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate you, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Hope you're having a lovely weekend. Hey, Sadar Togan. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. How are you? I am well. And I am from the great state of New York. How are you, and where are you from? Shout out to where everyone is from. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're from. I hope you're having a great day, a wonderful day, a great Saturday, and I hope your family's doing well. Yes, this is live. This is live. Definitely. Yes, this is live. All right. So, guys, I do have a couple of cases for you. We'll see how this go. I mean, y'all grown folks, y'all have things y'all need to do. Y'all want to enjoy your weekend. So I will try not to keep you as long as possible. And even if you're just coming in to tap in, just come in, say hi, how you doing? Hit the like button, share this out to someone that you think might be interested in these type of cases and what we go over on this channel. And I truly appreciate it nonetheless, okay? Oh, shout out to you. Shout out to Turkey. Shout out to Turkey, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're from Kenya. Okay, shout out to Kenya. How are you today? Good to see you. Good to see you. Buy you lunch. Oh, Lord. Oh, you're going live from Orlando, Florida. Oh, okay, but you're originally from Turkey. Oh, okay. Well, shout out to Florida. Florida's in the house. Hey, how you doing, Joanne? Thank you so much. You became a member. Good to see you, ma'am. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Joanne. I hope everything is well with you, dear. It's really good to see you. Really good to see you. Okay, so I do have a couple of cases for you guys, and I hope that you enjoy them. Okay, so the first one, we're going to get into it. I don't want to hold up any more time. So I think that the first one that we should do today is in reference of there was some cops that got a call from foul smells coming from a tent site. Now, I don't necessarily know if this is a tent site for homeless people, but someone called in saying that they smelled something really horrible and they wanted them to check it out or do a wellness check. So this is a case that we're going to go over. A homeless gentleman named Stephen Nijin, and there was something else that happened. I think it could have been an overdose or other hideous things, but we're going to go through this. So let me go ahead and pull up my screen. He says, have you tattoos or piercings? I do have tattoos. I don't have piercings. All right, but not too many. Here we go. And let me pull up my screen. Oop, hold on up. I missed it. Hold on. My bad, guys. My bad. I just turned it off. Hold on one second. All right. Why is this not working? Okay. There we go. Here we go.
Hey sir, how's it going? Hey, so my name is Sergeant Quay Seattle Police. All my contacts are recorded. We're investigating a crime right now, and you are a possible suspect in that crime. Okay?
That's Stephen Tan Nguyen being questioned over a body that was found in the tent where he's been living. Stephen is homeless, and he's been staying at Seattle's largest homeless camp. Stephen would claim the female victim had suffered an overdose, and he tried to hide the body in fear of being caught. But these detectives know more than they're letting on, and suspect Stephen is guilty of murdering his lover with an axe, and then sleeping next to the body.
That smell is there. That smell is intense. We could smell that smell from 50 feet away. That smell was a suitcase. And there was a person's remains in that suitcase. Her name was Shannon. Did you do anything else with her? Did you try to like dismember her or anything?
Well, if you're trying to say, but I didn't beat her up.
You didn't beat her up? Okay.
I tell you, I didn't beat her up.
Okay, good.
Did you guys have sex after she died?
Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the victim's family and friends. The jungle has become an infamous landmark right in the heart of Seattle, Washington. The homeless camp stretches for over 150 acres under and along Interstate 5 between South Dearborn and South Lucille Streets on Beacon Hill. The jungle has a notorious reputation for illegal narcotics, outbursts of violence, and rats that have been known to take a bite out of sleeping residents. The city needed to do something about the problems both the city and the 350 or so residents of the jungle faced, so teams from the Washington State Department of Transportation were sent in to try to clean up the area. On September 27, 2024, one of the cleanup teams made a gut-wrenching discovery. It was the smell that raised some major red flags on a visit a few days earlier. A social worker in charge of the cleanup noted that there appeared to be a concerning smell emanating from one of the tents. When they returned, they were accompanied by Sergeant Brandon Vellante of the Washington State Patrol, and he obtained a search warrant in order to take a look inside the tent. They found a suitcase inside, and its contents were wrapped in plastic. When the wrapping was cut open, they found a badly decomposed and dismembered body. Sergeant Vellante secured the area around the tent and suitcase after he realized this was now possibly a crime scene. It only took days to identify the body, 37-year-old Shannon Reeder. Shannon had been missing since November of 2023 and was last seen in an area near Dr. Jose Rizal Park in Seattle. Associate Medical Examiner Nicole Yared from the King County Medical Examiner's Office performed an autopsy on the same day Shannon was officially identified and revealed the horrifying way her body had been bent and stuffed into the suitcase. Shannon had been deceased for months, and her death had been traumatic, with devastating injuries to her neck and head. Washington State Patrol began a murder investigation right away, and they discovered the tent where Shannon's body was found did not actually belong to her, as inside there was mail addressed to the...
All right, this is already getting crazy. Hey, Southern, how are you? How you doing? Happy Saturday. I hope everything's well with you, sis. Truly appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so number one, there's a lot of things that transpire when it comes down to homelessness, right? There's homelessness all around in the state of America. We know that sometimes people are homeless because they have been domestic violence, where they had to run away. They couldn't go live in a shelter, or even some form of abuse in the shelter. There's drugs. There's gambling problems. There's mental issues. There's so many different reasons why a person could become homeless. I wish in general that we would have a better handle on homelessness within our country, right? Especially when there's so many unoccupied buildings and infrastructure that can actually be utilized to have a safe place for these individuals until they can get their self together, that is not being utilized. They're wearing down, they're vacant lots, and nothing's being done with them. They're waiting for some developer with money to come along and utilize it for something as a business, to be in the business market. But I do understand that even when you do help certain homeless individuals, they might not be in the right mindset to receive that help, right? There are some who do like, living off the map, as per se. They don't want to really be a part or partake in society, and they kind of let themselves go. I think we do need a little bit more, I would say, focus, and actually really trying to rehabilitate individuals who's suffering mentally and emotionally. And when we see those signs, we have to take it seriously. And this is not a process that's going to just be 6 months, 9 months, and you're done. We have to stop treating mental illness as something, as a quick fix, as a lobotomy is not, right? This is something that is going to be a life forever treatment for these individuals. So I think that we should, I wish that we would do a little bit more, but hopefully we will, right? Hopefully we will get to that point. Let's see. I know I seen. Hey, Michelle, how are you? How are you doing? Happy Saturday, dear. You caught my live. I hope everything is well with you. Hope we will. Oh, Sean, what you cooking, Sean? Sean, what are you cooking? Tell me what you're cooking. Hi, Shia Gamer. How are you? Namaste. Namaste. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. All right. So let's go on a little bit, but off the bat, right? Just with the information, you could tell that this woman was purposely unalive. She did not lose her life from an overdose of drugs. She was purposely unalive. Someone actually, stuffed her body in a suitcase. They took an axe. This time with my accent, I can definitely say axe now. So they definitely took an axe to her body to disfigure her body. Now, whether or not if this happened before her, before a overdose or after a overdose, this is what the detectives are going to have to find out now. And they also have to find out who was the last person with her, which is going to be quite hard because when you're dealing with a homeless person or even a homeless community, people are in and out of that particular type of community. So you can lose track of them very fast. So they have to actually, get the investigation going as quickly as possible. But let's go on. Oh, hold on. Emmanuel, hi, how are you doing? Thank you for subscribing. Shout out to you. I hope everything is well. Thank you. Ren, how are you? Ren says, I have a legal question. Why do you think the age of consent is 14 in Germany? Okay, so I think that the age of consent in Germany is 14 due to that was the norm in a lot of places, especially in European and Western countries, even other countries too. Like age of consent used to be very, very young due to the fact that back in the 1700s, 1600s, even some in the 1800s, people wasn't living that long. Like when you got to the age of 40 and 50, you was considered a old man. Usually at that time, people who was in their 40s and 50s already had grandchildren, right? And they were considered old and wise, right? So I just think that that's something that's just been on the table that they never really thought it was a reason to, get rid of it. But that's something that the people in general have to advocate for. If they want that to change, you have to advocate for that change. But if you don't think that there's nothing wrong with it, then as of right now, that's still on the table. I hope that answered your question, Ren. Shout out to you. King said, hey, how are you? What's good? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. All right, so let's go on a little bit more with this case. Let's see what else they find out.
The tent's real owner, 57-year-old Stephen Tan Nguyen. He became a person of interest to investigators, and the search was on to try to locate him. But that would mean they'd need the assistance of the residents of Seattle's biggest homeless camp, who did not have the best relationship with law enforcement. But there were some members of the community who were able to provide the investigation team with vital information, and they too had noticed the smell coming from Stephen's tent. One of those witnesses, known only as Matt, had also managed to see the inside of Stephen's tent.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came about knowing what you know.
So I was camped basically where those remains were found. I was camped a little bit further down the path from that. And towards the end of that path that the remains were found by the barrier by the freeway, there was a tree fort. That was a spot to get drugs. It was like a trap. So periodically I would go down there to trade stuff for dope. And so I'd have to walk down, that path right there. And where you come off the concrete path, and then there's a fence, and then you go down the dirt path. Right? Yes. So going down the dirt path for maybe at least I'd say up to a month, me and other people in the camps that would go down there would notice a stench coming from generally it was towards the middle of that dirt path, which was right in front of a particular structured tent. So yeah, I started noticing a smell coming from there.
Okay.
Periodically. At first I'm thinking dead rats possibly.
Right.
And then after a while, it's like, dude, it's not going away.
Matt had been a longtime resident of the camp and was familiar with many of its residents, including Stephen, or Steve, as he is referred to by Matt.
Talk to me about Steve, Asian Steve. What's he like? What's he do? Does he have friends over?
Okay. Asian Steve, I knew him by face. I probably seen him for the first time last summer. He would ride around on an electric scooter. pretty much he kept to himself for the most part. He was kind of quiet. He never not real friendly. Even the people he kind of like knew by face or whatever. Anytime I would say hi to anybody that I was familiar with. Let's say I'm going across the bridge and he's coming back across on a scooter. I say hi to him. He'd never say hi back. He always had a real. I don't know, just the expression on his face was always just, irritated or pissed off,
Stephen was known for riding his motorcycle around the camp. Although some of the residents were wary of him, nobody suspected he could be capable of doing anything like what happened to Shannon.
I mean, people, word around the street about him was, he was kind of maybe creepy
Brucey,
or whatever
how
you want
are
to say.
you?
He would
Happy
wear
Saturday, Bruce.
a lot of times he would wear they call them giddy suits. Do you know what I mean? So that it's like when you're wearing camouflage, but it's like you're trying to camouflage yourself with the elements.
It's a ghillie suit.
Ghillie, okay.
Ghillie, yes.
Yeah, so he would wear ghillie suits with literal. I don't know if they were real or not, but like plants on his hat and stuff like that. I know all over his like jacket or whatever.
While Matt was staying at the camp, he recalled seeing a female hanging around Stephen's tent, and it appeared that she was under the influence of some kind of narcotic. Her behavior was so unusual, Matt couldn't be sure what it was she may have taken.
A couple occasions, there was a couple occasions where a girl would come from his tent, kind of come walking up the path with no shoes on. This was a common thing too. With a few times this happened, they would have no shoes on, and they would seem like they don't know what planet they're on. And then if I had a bubble on me, I'd smoke with them or something. But and then they would just kind of wander back or off along the way. But they really seemed like they didn't know what the fuck was going on or where they were at.
Okay.
On a couple occasions.
Did any of them seem like they were in fear?
Not really.
They
not
were just
fear.
Just really high on something, and
I mean, it seemed like it was like that.
Okay.
But it seemed not just high. Because usually when they're really high they're slumped over or nodding out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it seemed like something different than that.
When Matt was shown a picture of Shannon, he immediately made the positive identification. Although Matt had seen Shannon around the camp and with Stephen, it had been a while since she had last been around. But that time frame also matched up with the last time that she had been seen by anybody. The fact that Stephen had no fixed address would make the search for him all the more difficult, so the investigators would need all the help they could get in tracking him down. Thankfully, Matt knew Stephen's routine and was able to point the detectives in the right direction. The Washington State Patrol.
So, this guy, Matt, kudos to him that, he's paying attention to his surroundings and, he's able to give these type of details that could actually help the detectives on this particular case, what happened to this woman, because a lot of people will assume that everyone that's in the homeless community is either some form of criminal, drug addict, even though a large amount of them have used drugs, whether it's street drugs or if it's prescription drugs, right? But in this case, he's aware about what's going on. He's able to give as much information as possible, which also helped the detective find out who could she possibly have been last with. My thing is that it doesn't matter what community it is, right? It can be a communities with high towers, gold all over everywhere, shimmering, whatever not, or it can be literally a rinky-dinky, what you would consider a ghetto type of community. The community is what you make of it. The community is the people, is not the fixtures that's around you, right? If you want a safe community, it has to come from the people that's in that community. If you want a healthy community, it has to come from the people that is within that community. That's where it all starts. The buildings, all that other stuff, superficial stuff, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because you can be in a very expensive looking high class community and still be in danger. Like, when I used to live in Queens, Long Island, There's so many areas in Queens, Long Island, when you look at it on paper, it's like, oh, this is bougie. These houses range from $500,000-$600,000 up to $250,000. This is the type of neighborhood. So you think because of that type of money is being invested in homes and shops and stuff like that, that they have a very, low crime rate. But technically, no, not really. Because it depends on the people that's in the community. It has nothing to do with $1 million home. You can be a criminal and have $1 million home. You can be a murderer and have $1 million home, right? So I just want people to just keep that in mind, that, community is more based on the people that resides in it and what they're willing to do for their community, and not necessarily how shiny, how bright, or how bougie or aesthetic it looks. But let's go on.
Patrol began a search of the local area. They discovered Stephen already had an existing warrant out for a previous crime, and the search led to another homeless camp in Seattle, in the International District near Dearborn. Officers had been searching for Stephen for 6 days by this point, but on October the 3rd, 2024, they finally found their suspect. The Seattle Police Department sent in their pioneering police cyclists, who moved up on Stephen before he had a chance to realize what was going on.
Hey, sir, how's it going? Seattle Police. You stand up and come over here for me. Don't touch anything. Just come up. 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 Over here. What's your last name? What?
What's your first name? Ram. What's your name? Liam. Ram? Yeah. What's your full name? Liam. Liam what? Liam Wynn? Are you lying about your name? You sure?
Hey, so my name's Sergeant Quay, Seattle Police. All my contacts are recorded. We're investigating a crime right now, and you are a possible suspect in that crime. Okay?
Okay.
We just need to figure out what's going on, who you are, so in case we don't arrest you today, and if you are the suspect, we can arrest you later if you are the suspect, okay? So, what is your real name?
Slim.
Okay, so do you know you have a DLC warrant for your arrest?
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that?
No.
You're on DLC, you didn't know that?
No.
Detectives Bordy Ford and Ivan Sergey from the Washington State Patrol wasted no time in questioning Stephen, who had to explain how a body ended up in the tent he called home.
Wow.
The reason why we're here is your encampment got swept by social workers, and
yep, Bruce.
part of that was dismantling tents. All the tents got dismantled.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea what they found in your tent? What they find in your tent?
What they find?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You don't know? What? Tell me what all,
I know.
what all was in the tent?
If I know, I wouldn't be around here.
If you knew, you wouldn't be around here?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
But I heard some of it, but really I don't know what they found.
What'd you hear? What do you mean you heard some of it?
Okay. So we all know he's homeless, but there are public defenders. He could have got a public defender and not say anything, right? Because remember, they didn't find him in his tent. They found him at some other location. So he wasn't at his tent at this time. This would be a perfect time for him to get a public defender and say, hey, listen, I don't know what they found in my tent. And from what I heard, is a horrible thing that happened in my tent, but I wasn't residing there, or I wasn't there at the time when this incident happened, right? That's what you get a public defender for, but you can already tell that he already knows something is up. He has his arms crossed, which is the defensive, stance, where he's not going to really be forthcoming. And he really didn't even want to give his actual real name. He tried to play it off like, oh, my name is just Liam. No, that's not really your name. And then the last name, you gave him something completely different than was actually what your name is. So he has an understanding what's going on. He just told on himself because he said that he heard something happen, and if I really knew that was going on, I wouldn't even be here. So what did you hear? So that's implying that that could have been a reason why you left, and while you weren't there at the tent when the police and everybody came to the tent to get the unalive woman's body, right? So this is why you need to stay quiet, but it is what it is. Let's go on.
They say, oh, they found something in your tent. I say, what they found in my tent?
Who told you this?
Some of the people that on the street.
In a lawless environment like the jungle, it is entirely possible that many things go unnoticed. The detectives had to determine whether Stephen knew about Shannon's body or had somehow become involved in someone else's dirty work.
So you never asked them, people said, hey, they found stuff at your tent, they pulled stuff out, and you never said what they asked, or what they pulled out, you never asked them?
I didn't worry about it because I don't have nothing.
All right. Well, they pulled a suitcase out of your tent, and the suitcase was really smelly. Ring a bell?
How about this one?
Ever seen that suitcase before?
Oh yeah, this suitcase, but I haven't seen this one yet.
And what did you say?
No.
And you'd never touched it then, it sounds like. Is that accurate?
Could be, but I don't know.
What do you mean?
I don't even know what's in there.
What do you mean you could be? What do you mean about that when you say could be? Could be you touched it?
I don't remember when I touched it or not.
Stephen would deny any knowledge of the suitcase and claimed it didn't belong to him and he had not placed it under the bed. But Stephen did admit to being familiar with Shannon.
Does the name April
Hey,
ring a
John
bell?
Q, how are you? Hope all is well for you this Saturday. Thank you for stopping by.
How
I appreciate
about
it.
how about Stacy? How about Jacqueline?
No.
Okay. How about Shannon?
Shannon. I think there's two Shannon.
Okay.
Right,
Talk to me about that.
exactly.
Shannon.
That's a big thing too, right? And this is why I said that he should have had gotten a lawyer. And just, like I said, I want crimes and criminals, I want them to get caught, and I want them to get their time in court and get the consequences that they deserve. However, they said that she's been deceased for a month. So the act of harming her, unaliving her, and all that good stuff, that was done a month ago. This is a really, really decrepit, diseased body that has literally, I don't even want to explain the smell that whole community had to endure. Like, they probably didn't know what was going on. They probably thought that everything under the sun was dying around them. They thought that the fish were dying, the bears were dying, whatever was dying. Like seriously, because that smell is unimaginable. I really cannot even put it in words how that smells like. And to be sitting out there in all the weather, heat, cold, rain, musty. I just can't even think about it. Just terrible. Bruce says visuals is a perfect time for a lie detector test. Like, even a lie detector test wouldn't, we know that lie detector tests are not admissible in court, but it wouldn't even benefit him. It wouldn't prove his innocence, nor would it prove his guiltiness, because as of right now, he doesn't even, the way how he's speaking, he doesn't even seem like he's that wrapped too tight. but we do know that he's also playing the game as in, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I could have touched it. Maybe I could not touch it. You know, I'm homeless, right? We search for things that are vacant and available that, you know, and we use it and utilize it for whatever we want. So he's just like, I don't know. I could have touched it, but I don't know when. I can't give you a timeline when. So he's playing. You know, he's playing with it. So let's see. Something said he pulled a Saren Boom. Let's play and hide and seek. Right. Exactly. Oh, thank you so much, John. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Southern said, I would have packed my tent up and went to another neighborhood. Yeah, exactly. Right. And you wouldn't have stayed around, but there's a reason why he left his tent. He, you know, normally when these individuals who are part of the homeless community, they were what we would call like nomads. You know, I would say nomads, more on the nomad side than the vagabond side. But they're nomads. They like to pick up and they like to take everything that they have or what they consider as prized possessions with them when they leave. So they're not leaving their tent, right? They're not leaving their tent unless they eventually think that they're going to go back. He up and left his tent there. And pretty much most of the stuff that he was, you know, hoarding in that tent, he completely disappeared and he ended up on some car seat somewhere up, like, I guess, up the block or a little bit away from where the tent community it is. That's where he was found. So you did that for a reason. You know, why would you, quote unquote, leave your home? You don't just leave your home for no apparent reason. So let's see. Brucey says, when they showed that suitcase, if he recognized it, his heart would tell you. If he hadn't seen it before, it wouldn't affect his pulse. Right. But we could already tell that he knows what the suitcase was because he was very quiet when they actually showed him the picture of the suitcase. He actually paused for a moment and then he went into, oh, I don't know when I might have touched the suitcase. So he's implying that you might find my fingerprints on the suitcase because I might have touched it before. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I touched it in reference to whatever you want to talk about. Sean says, lie detector give the police a lead. Yeah, it would give them a lead or maybe an understanding of who's going to be forthcoming or not, or do they need to ask certain particular type of questions with this guy because he's telling lies or he's trying to withhold anything. I mean, that's all they can really use it for nowadays. So, all right, let's go on.
I know the Indian girl is named Shannon. She's my best friend's daughter.
Okay, so that's first Shannon. She's your best friend's daughter. How old is she?
I think 36, I think.
Okay, can you describe her to me?
Kind of punky hair. She's shaved on the side.
Okay. Okay.
Skinny.
Skinny. Okay, and that's your. Where is she?
She's up, I think, Lake City.
And when was the last time you saw her?
3-4 days ago.
Okay, and what about the other Shannon?
Other Shannon I haven't seen. I haven't seen.
You saw her in the
exactly,
past
Sean,
at some
yes.
point?
That you're correct about that.
A what?
You told us that you know two Shannons, right? So two.
Few of Shannon I know.
Okay, so one Shannon is your friend's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other Shannon that you know?
The other one, she's not here.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Okay, and when was the last time you saw her?
Say, summertime.
Okay.
That matched the time frame that Matt had given the detective earlier, as well as matching the length of time the body had been decomposing. If Stephen was innocent of any wrongdoing, then he could have been the last person to see Shannon alive.
How many times did you see her in the past?
In the past? Sometime weeks, sometime month.
Okay. Well, how many times did you see her? 20, 30? When did you meet her?
I don't keep track of that, so I don't know.
Okay.
Does she live in a tent also?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I never bothered to ask.
Right. Where would you see her at?
I meet in the street.
Like where you were found at today?
Chinatown.
Chinatown. Okay.
Did you guys ever have any kind of relationships?
We did sleep together.
So you had sexual intercourse together?
Yeah.
Okay. And when was the last time?
Been a while.
So,
I sleep with a lot of girls, so.
Yeah. And what does she look like? Can you describe her to me?
Who's saying
Oh,
that?
he's definitely
If I show you the
lying.
picture of Shannon, would you be able to tell us if that's her?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's that's white skin.
Well,
You got kind of yellow skin.
Yeah, it's yellow. Yellowish white. She's
Let's see
Italian.
if we can find a kind of better.
Yep. Exactly,
that
Sean.
picture,
I didn't know you
I
learned
get
that from
I will
me.
give you an
Aww.
ideal photo.
But look kind of different.
Does this look better?
The black hair?
It's still black, yeah.
Yeah, but the skin is too white.
Okay.
That's funny, Brucey.
When Matt was interviewed, he told detectives he
Bruce,
heard
tell me
Steve
the
building
truth.
something inside his tent. He'd seen Stephen using tools, including an axe, and he heard the building work in progress around the same time that Shannon disappeared from the camp. But Steve claimed he came home one day and found a makeshift bed in his tent and just decided to use it for himself.
But I find it hard that you've been there, living there at that place for that long.
But not every night, though.
Not every night, correct.
Yes.
And then one day you come back and there's a nice big wooden box built that takes up most of your tent. And you're like, all right, cool. And then you have a huge smell coming. It's not the small smell. It is.
So when I went in there, the smell wasn't there.
So it has to be on the basis of the timeline. So whenever they interview Matt, one of the members of the homeless community, what his timeline about the smell will give way about whether or not if he's lying or not. Because if he said that he was there 3 to 4 days ago, and he's saying that he didn't smell anything, or he didn't have no smell. If Matt explained to the detectives that smell been going around for a couple of months, right? And that's why the city had to come in and start to clean up the place and I guess relocate this homeless community, then you had to smell it. You had to smell it. And that also means that you was also there. You was also there in this tent. You're trying to allude to the detectives that you would be in and out of your tent, and sometimes you'll be in and out of your tent for days. There'll be days where 10 days will go by where you haven't went in your tent, and then you would go in your tent to get something and step off. But like I said, if Matt's timeline is that smell that was coming from the tent has been terrorizing the community for months, that's why the city had to get involved to start clearing you guys out, then, you pretty much told on yourself. You pretty much told on yourself. Sean says because you left after you killed her, there was no smell when he unalived Shannon. The funny thing about it is he didn't leave when he killed her. In fact, what we're going to find out is that once he unalived her, he had sex with her corpse. And then he started to do the hacking away with an axe on her body and then placing it into that suitcase. But he was literally sleeping with that corpse in his with that corpse in a suitcase for a while before he decided that he needed to, exit. And I think that happened when, like I said, when the city got involved and they started bringing in volunteers to help clean up the space. That's when he decided that he needs to, leave the community, because of course they were going to find it. That's terrible. Let's go on.
That smell is there. That smell is intense. We could smell that smell from 50 feet away. That smell was the suitcase.
Wow.
So, and there was a person's remains in that suitcase. Her name was Shannon.
And let me ask you this: we will never find your DNA in her vagina. Is there any reason why your DNA would be in this vagina?
We had sex.
So you know her. You said you had
But
sex.
this picture looked different though.
Did you have sex with her?
Why does it look different? What's different about that versus the girl you had sex with?
It's just been a while. I don't remember.
Okay.
So let's hypothetically imagine if this is the girl you slept with, we would find your DNA in her vagina. But if you did not sleep with her,
I know, right, John?
If you did not sleep with her, we would not find your DNA in her
Oh
vagina.
yes, this real pretty princess.
And you saying if that's the girl that you slept with,
might look different.
Okay. If that's the girl that you slept with her on top of the bed, which was already on the podium.
Is this her?
You know how smart these detectives is? They showed him a picture of, even though this woman's body was hacked, they still showed him a picture of what was a remnants of her face and stuff like that. And he just admitted that he knows her. Now, if he didn't have any relations with her when she died, or he didn't know what she looked like when she got hit or unalived or anything of that sort, he wouldn't be able to actually really identify her, because she looks completely different than before this incident. But he just literally sat there and just said that he recognized the beat up, battered body of this woman, even and not even when she wasn't battered. So that means in your mind you remember how she looked when she was beat up and she was battered in that way. And like Matt said, everybody knew that women would come in and out of your tent, especially when it came down for drugs, and a lot of them would be spaced out like they was on those mushrooms, and they'd be walking out of your tent with no shoes on. So like it's well known that you had involvement with this woman, but you just told on yourself that you recognize her battered face. You recognize the picture of her and in her worst state, her body being in her worst state. That's crazy. That is really, really, really wicked if you really think about it. Like, wow. Hey, Ronnie, how are you? Happy Sunday to you, sir. Happy Sunday to you. I hope everything is well. Let's go on. Let's see him continue to pause and act, and because now he's scared and nervous and act like he doesn't realize, or he doesn't understand why they're showing him this.
No, it looked different.
Okay.
The smell emanating from the tent was almost unbearable to anyone who came across it. It had been noticed by several people, and some thought there was a dead animal causing the odor. But detectives weren't buying Stephen's story.
So here's what I can tell you, all right? I've done this for a lot of years.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't the first person I've found in a suitcase.
Okay.
The other ones that I found, that I've investigated, looked at, they died from drug overdoses, and the person was worried because they didn't want to get the police looking at them for whatever reason. So they wrapped him up, put him in a suitcase, and put him somewhere.
That's common.
That's common, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Is that what happened here? I mean, do you want to get in trouble? Did she overdose while she was with you? I mean, that's not only a crime if someone overdoses and you just don't notify. Is that what happened here? That's what happened on my last case. That same pretty similar situation.
There's a lot of overdose I've been trying to save lately.
Okay. But her, I want to know about her. Is that what happened with her? Because there were flowers put on top of her. So whoever put her in that suitcase had an emotional tie. It makes sense. It's you. It's your tent. It's your structure.
Mm-hmm.
You know Shannon. You've been having sex with Shannon. You guys smoke together. I mean, if someone died in my tent and I was afraid to tell the police, understandable. People don't like talking to law enforcement. Then, you try to just wrap her up, suitcase, whatever the case is, put flowers on top. I mean, that doesn't mean you did it. It just means she overdosed and you were there.
Yes.
Is that what happened?
It's okay to admit if that's what happened. We just need to know what happened. You're our guy to talk to.
Yeah, that's a few of the people I've been saving, so there's a lot of overdose lately around.
Is that what happened with her, though?
She's one of them.
She's one of them that overdosed?
Stephen had begun to open up to the detectives, revealing their intimate relationship and claiming Shannon had suffered a fatal overdose. That wouldn't explain how she ended up in the suitcase, though, but they had their own theories of what might have.
Hey, Fernandez, how are you doing? Happy Saturday to you, sir. Good to see you. So his question is, why does the one cop not talk and keeps looking at him? What do they call that tactic? So it's not necessarily a tactic. It's when the other cop or other detective is giving his questions to the potential suspect. The other one is paying attention more to the body mannerisms of the individual and also to impertinent things that he might slip up and say and his reaction to these particular questions. Sometimes when we get into conversation with individuals, we get more, more concerned about phrasing our questions and our statements more than actually listening to the person that we're having a conversation with. And that's just a human thing, right? Because we want to make sure that we're saying something that is logical, reasonable, and that the other person that we're communicating with understand where we're coming from, right? We're real big on making sure that our delivery is on point so it can't be misconstrued. That takes away some brain power for you to actually pay attention to what a person is saying, and especially what the things that they're not saying, but they're also implying by how they physically act when you act when you are asking them some questions. So that's why you will see the other partner not necessarily butt in as much unless they're going to do a tag team technique where one of them is going to come on as being concerned, sincere, and just want to have a very calm conversation about what's going on and allow you to express your feelings. If that tactic doesn't work, then the other detective, he might come on with the pressure, right? So I guess it, in a way, is him looking and finding out things and writing down things that maybe the person who's having the conversation is not able to see in the moment while he's asking the questions, and also to later on when they want to go back and debrief about their interrogation of the individual and to see whether if it's working or not, now they can come to the approach where we might have to team up and do good cop, bad cop technique. So I hope that answers your question, Fendel. Let's see. He could have said, I speak no English. Yeah, like he could have asked for a lawyer, definitely. And like I said, he should have. I don't want criminals getting away with things, but we preach this here on this channel. Do not think that you can do this by yourself. Please go and get legal advice, okay? Because here's the thing. Even though they're going to find out, they probably have DNA by now of his DNA being inside this woman, his DNA being on her clothes. They probably even found other, like the clothes that he was wearing when he was hacking away at her, probably had her DNA on it. His DNA might have been found on the murder weapon. All these things apply that this is the reason why they took this route and why they're questioning him, because there's certain things that they do know and that they have gotten back, right? Evidence. But you could have still have said, you're in a community where there's a lot of violence. There is a lot of crime within this homeless community, drugs, overdosing, sexual abuse, domestic violence, you name it. Everything that happens in every other community doesn't stop when you get into a homeless community. In fact, it can get worse, right? And because most homeless individuals, they are off the radar when it comes down to society, they don't have the same type of help, assistance, or avenue as other people who is kind of still in society, right? They pay bills. When you pay bills, you are a part of the society. There is a paper trail of you went to this store, you pay this electric bill, you pay this mortgage, you pay this rent. So there is a paper trail of your existence, and also it gives you some type of access to assistance if you want it, right? These individuals, they want to be away from society, so they really are not on the radar like that. So that causes a problem. But he could have said, listen, everybody's moving around in and out of a homeless community. A person can be there for 6 months and now you don't ever see them again. A person can even be there for one day and you won't see them the next following day. They have pick up their stuff and move, right? So I don't know when this happened. I don't know when y'all found the suitcase. I know I had the suitcase, but I remember when I had the suitcase, it was empty. And I haven't been at my quote unquote tent in a couple of days, a week, you know what I'm saying? That's why you should have went and got a lawyer. You should have went and got a lawyer at that point. It would have definitely helped them. Sean said a lot of overdose, but do they end up in the suitcase? No, they don't. They don't. He could have not killed the woman and had sex with her corpse. Yes, he could not have done that, right, Bruce? Oh, no problem, Fando, no problem. All right, let's go on.
It happened, and the evidence to back those theories up.
What was she smoking?
Freddie.
Fentanyl?
Freddie.
Okay.
Did you guys have sex after she died?
Okay.
No.
And then what happens then? So she dies. And how did you get her inside the suitcase?
I didn't put that in the suitcase, but I put a wrapper and put it on just leave it on the bed.
What did you wrap her in?
Just cover with a blanket. We kicked together and we had sex, and she got too much of the, I guess that time the stuff was too strong.
Okay. Yeah, people are overdosing all the time on fentanyl.
Yeah.
Yeah. So earlier you said you wrapped her. Did you wrap her in that plastic, or did someone else come through and wrap her in the plastic? It's okay if you did. We just want to know the truth.
But I didn't. The plastic is the garbage bag.
All right, where'd it come from?
From the park.
Okay.
The detective had already told Stephen that failure to report a death is not a felony crime, But if Stephen had provided Shannon with the narcotics that killed her, then he could be complicit in a narcotics-induced homicide. An overdose still would not explain how Shannon was found with life-threatening injuries, but according to Stephen, those injuries were completely by accident.
Did Shannon...
Excuse me, what? By accident? How is that an accident, sir? There is no accident that makes you hack away at a body. Because if I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't actually take her life away from her, let's say she really did overdose. Yeah, I was smoking fentanyl one night. She had too much too soon, right? Too much back to back, and she overdosed, and you were scared, right? Or I wouldn't even say you were scared, because you wasn't scared because you still had sex with her body, right? But there is no accident for you hacking away at her body so you can fit it in a suitcase. That's not an accident. I don't know how. Can someone tell me how can that be an accident? Because that seems a good example of deliberate behavior. It does not seem like I just literally hit you with an axe. Like, that's just not something that is an accident, right? You're not a tree trimmer, right? You're not a tree trimmer. You don't do landscape, like this. That's not where you were. There's no accident for that. So for him to say that how her body was found and how disformed it was an accident, no, it wasn't, sir. It really wasn't. It seems like you possibly gave her more than what she was supposed to get, and she overdosed. You continue to still have sex with her as much as possible until the body started smelling really bad. Then you got worried, and then you was like, I need to find a way to hide this body or kind of like get rid of it. So you started flailing away with an axe to fit her in this particular suitcase. You stayed there as long as possible, but then you got the word that the city was going to come in and clean up that homeless community. And then you literally ran for your dear life and left the suitcase and everything there. That's what happened. That's what happened. But that ain't no accident. There ain't no accident about that. Sean said he was chopping down a tree and she stepped in his path. Right. There is no way it was an accident. No, it wasn't. Look, Fando says, junkie reasoning has no common sense. This man is high or going through withdrawals. I definitely think it's both. I really do. I really do. Treated her like a regular day cutting the branches and bushes. Right, exactly. I think that he accidentally said that it was an accident. No, John, he didn't. He didn't accidentally say it was an accident. He meant that with his chest. With his whole chest, John. He was definitely in the bush. Yeah, too much. Let's go on. Let's finish this out.
Did you do anything else with her? Did you try to like dismember her or anything? She had a mark on the back of her head, and I have no idea. Just like, is that caused when you were trying to do CPR on her, resuscitate her, or was it caused that she fall and hit her head on something?
She came back. I think that day it was raining, and she slipped.
I know, John. Me too. I was being sarcastic too.
And she's already hurt when she came back to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was she wearing?
Just
yeah, that is true, Sean. Absolutely.
Do you remember the type of clothing she was wearing?
But I'll tell you the reason why that happened, Sean. So I'm gonna pull up Sean's comment. He said a lot of people are not aware of the law that protects them if someone overdoses. As long as you report it, people get scared. So here's the thing. most of the time when people don't report when someone overdosed is because they're also using drugs too that is illegal, or they also are participating of administering drugs to locals or probably said individual, right? As the video essayist just said, that not reporting a crime of someone overdosing or dying is not a crime. However, if it's found that you gave the drugs to the person who overdosed, then you could possibly get some time from it. That's an issue, especially if you don't have no license to be administering any form of drugs, whether if it's street drugs or pharmaceutical drugs. You don't have a license to do that, so you shouldn't be giving anybody any drugs. But if it's found that that person got that drugs from you, there is a crime. You're administering drugs, illegally. So now that also with the person losing a life from it, there goes the other crime from that. So when people don't want to, notify or report that it was an overdose and get EMS, they're more afraid that they're going to be, looked at as doing drugs. They're going to be looked at as administering drugs, and they're not trying to get those charges. So that's why they'll keep it in a hush, or they think now hiding the evidence of a person losing their life or for what you probably sold them is the answer. Michelle said he knows he's going to jail. Hopefully. This guy's fishing, trying to say the right thing. He is trying to say the right thing. He definitely is. He's trying to make it seem like he's unaware, but not necessarily unaware, but like he did everything right. Like even the phrasing of "I try to save her," I try to save many people in the community. There have been a lot of overdoses, Okay, great. So if there's not great, because I don't, I think life is precious and valuable, and it doesn't matter what form it comes in or what situation that it's in. All lives is valuable. But what I'm trying to say is, if other people have been overdosing in this community, where is the proof that you acted in the same way as in this situation? If you helped other people who have overdosed, did you call the EMS? Did you call EMT? Did you call somebody to remove the body from the community? You can still do that. There's a lot of homeless people who still have cell phones that just don't have a place to reside at, right? What did you do? What did you do to the other individuals who have overdosed in the community? Did you chop them up and put them in and stuff their body in a suitcase? Did you, have sex with them? Huh? When with dead corpses? What is that called again? What is it? Necromonger? I think it's necromonger or something like that. It's just terrible. Yes, please go ahead and like the stream. You love it. Shout out to Brucey. Let's go on. Let's see what he has to say. He's asking him about what she was wearing at that time. That's another trick to find out whether or not whatever outfit that he said that she was wearing, if that was the outfit that her body was found in, then you were there at the scene of the crime. But let's go on.
Not that I remember. But
was she complaining about her head injury when she slept in the fall?
Necrophiliac. That's what I meant. Thank you.
She told me she had dizzy and she was fall and she got hurt off the job too.
Thank you.
So the day that she showed up and it was raining, she had slipped and fallen and hit her head.
She's pretty bad hurt that day.
Is she? Okay.
Yeah.
However, Stephen didn't realize the detectives had been in possession of the preliminary autopsy report from the associate medical examiner, and it revealed the damage and injuries to Shannon's head and neck that could not have been caused by a fall. The injuries were consistent with sharp force injuries or even chopping wounds, like the kinds of injuries that would be caused by a heavy blade or even an axe. Not only that, the injuries couldn't have been caused by trying to fit Shannon into the suitcase, which left Stephen with a lot of explaining to do.
So I'm I'm confused by what you're telling me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Again, let me reiterate: if someone overdoses, that's not a crime.
Okay.
All right. We're here because your story's not making sense at this point to me. I've been following you along, and I want to know, like.
My head is not straight right
Okay.
now.
Well, mine's becoming a noodle at this time because I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
All right. So, you said Shannon overdosed in your tent. You tried CPR on her. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Didn't work. You put her in the packaging, in your sleeping bag. You put her in the suitcase. But then earlier you said that structure that she was under had been there for a while before that, right? You said that. So how did you get her under? You took off the front door then? Is that what happened? Like, how does she doesn't just go through the, you got to take off the front and put her in then, right? Is there a back door that I didn't see? It's okay. It's overdose. We get it. We just need to hear the truth. We want to know the whole truth. Because when we talk to Shannon's family, we want to say, this is what happened.
How are you this Saturday? Hope
Steve was
everything's
there.
going well
Steve
with
tried to
you.
save her. She was a fentanyl addict. She overdosed. Steve was afraid of getting in trouble, so he put her there. He put flowers in the suitcase, put her there, and that's okay. We just need to hear the truth so we can let them know when the time comes.
The only thing I remember is it's from the overdose.
All right.
And just trying to put the body away, that's all.
Okay.
The associate medical examiner told law enforcement that she could not determine whether the injuries were made before or after she died, but there was no mistaking the injuries and what kind of weapon would cause that amount of damage.
So the problem is with that, right? Is because if she can't determine whether or not if this happened before or after, I don't know if that really has anything to do with the amount of charges that they want to put on this individual, right? Especially once they have DNA that confirms that he was there and he was with her and he has sexual dealings with her. But if it was done before, then I guess it could be like, they will find out whether or not if there was a struggle. I guess they'll check under her nails to see anything, if she tried to fight or whatever not. And if it was done afterwards, if it's just like the violation or mutilation of a dead body, that is a different charge than actually unaliving an individual, right? Like, to me, it's still gross and disgusting any way you look at it, right? Harming someone that makes them lose their life and then also mutilating their body afterwards. But those are different charges. And some, depending on what state you are, they have different time frames from that. So this is why they really want to make it clear, or they want to find out, did this happen before or did this happen after with him, to see what type of charge they're going to actually give him. So it's important, but it's definitely unfortunate that she can't tell. And the reason why she really can't tell, because it happened months prior. It's been a month that body been decaying in that suitcase. Just really even think about it is really, it's really sickening, really. Let's see. Marco, how you doing, Marco? He said, haloperidol is a harmful treatment usually administered to meth addicts or schizoid. He said inversive serotonin antagonistic and pimavanserin TX psychosis. Nail in the coffin for dopamine anti-antagonist. Oh, wow. Okay. Shout out to you, Marco. I didn't know that was a harmful treatment for meth addicts. Yeah, Bruce said, what I have never understood is, why do these dope heads let someone who's blowed out of their minds put a needle in their arm? They can barely function and you're letting them inject you. Well, I'll tell you this, Bruce. Most people, they do that themselves, right? I only seen so far the ones who allow others to do that for them is like real newbies. If you're a pro and you've been dealing with those type of drugs for a long time, you tend to know how you want to administer the drugs to yourself to get that rush, to get that high, and you really don't trust anybody else to do it once you figure out what you need to do to get that high. It's usually newbies and people who want to start getting into that lifestyle. They still are sensitive to shooting themselves with needles and stuff like that. Like it, a lot of people think that that's easy, but it's not easy. When you think about regular people who has to give themselves insulin, after a while, taking insulin or injecting insulin into yourself, you get used to it. But in the beginning, the whole point of you puncturing your own flesh to put something in your body, it really does drive people crazy. Like they really can't do it. Like they're like, oh my God, they can't even think about stabbing in themselves that way, right? So yeah, I get what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying. Hi, Clara. How are you? She said, as a recovering addict, it's rare that other addicts listen. Yes, exactly, Clara. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that you are recovering and keep going on, ma'am. Keep going on. I am proud of you. If nobody said that they're proud of you today, I just want you to let you know that I am proud of you. Okay? And see, Bruce said, I think it's chasing a hit. Yeah. No problem, Brucey. No problem. Marco says, extrapyramidal symptoms, i.e., doctor caused injury. My tongue became rigid and I could not form vowels and move my tongue after. What? Oh, no. Hold on. That is the side effects, Marco? Letting someone inject you doesn't seem common. It doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah. Let's see. Fendel says, if the examiner cannot determine that, it means that the body was severely decomposed. That's why the cops need a confession. They really don't have enough evidence. If only he knew. Right, exactly. So it was really decomposed. However, I'm banking on that the detectives also have probably found the murder weapon and probably also have found bloody clothes because he was hacking at her body. So obviously that is spatter of blood had to be on some form of clothing that he might have been wearing, right? And definitely little small particles of blood is found within that tent, even the smallest amount. So I'm hoping that, in that case that they have that form of evidence to prove that possibly it was him. But they do definitely need a confession this time because, like I said, if he would have got a lawyer, he could have pinpointed and the lawyer could have spoke on a reference that he's a homeless man and he's a nomad. He travels all around. Sometimes he'll come back to this tent community for 3 months and he'll stay at another tent community in 3 months. That doesn't necessarily put him at the scene of the crime, even though it was done in his tent. If he leaves and up and go be a nomad for 3-4 months somewhere else, anybody can go in his tent. It's not like there is a tent that has a door that you can lock or anything. Anybody can join, go in that tent and use it. So I would have, asked for a lawyer at that point. I would have. Oh, you're most welcome, Carla. You're most welcome, dear. Bruce, I am not either, but I have heard addicts tell their stories. Yeah. I'm glad. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to her. We got to definitely be proud of her. She said, I worked in a psych emergency hospital. Haldol is usually administered for the psychiatric breaks in the decomp of meds. Oh, wow. Okay. Ooh. Hey, how are you doing, Rehearse? Good to see you. Oh, you came from Young Riaz. Thank you so much. Shout out to you, sir. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Great Saturday. Let's see. No credit card, no receipt. Let's go on. We almost done, guys.
So the head injury that we're talking about, I saw it, and it's not an injury that's consistent with falling on a rock. It's very obvious it's some type of tool that was used.
Well, if you're trying to say, but I didn't beat her up.
You didn't beat her up? Okay.
I tell you, I didn't beat her up.
Okay, good.
That's all it is.
Is it possible she showed up there with that? With that injury? And it wasn't from the rocks? Because it's even the bone, her skull has the marks like this big, like that big, right behind her ear. It's actually this side. And that same exact mark, it actually is the same mark in her skull, in her head.
I didn't do it.
Okay, who did it?
I don't know who did it.
Stephen has continued to claim his innocence of any wrongdoing and couldn't explain the injury how Shannon got them. On October the 8th, the autopsy results were confirmed. The following day, detectives Ford and Sergeev went
Hold on 1 second. It's almost at the
jail in
end.
Des Moines, where Nguyen was being held and asked about the examiner's findings. This time, Stephen wasn't quite as willing to talk and asked to speak to a lawyer. Stephen was officially charged with murder in the degree in the King County Superior Court in October of 2024 and is currently awaiting trial.
So now he wants to see this. That's crazy. After all that evidence came out about this individual, now you want to see a lawyer. I don't understand why. Like you should have asked for a lawyer before. Why didn't you ask for a lawyer before? I was just saying to do this whole thing. Get a lawyer. But now you want to get a lawyer after the actual autopsy came back. That is crazy. I can't believe he did that. I really can't believe he did that. I'm kind of like shocked that he did that. I wasn't expecting that. But he is remembering, like, so now he's still, I guess, waiting for trial. It is what it is. You should have got a lawyer, but it is what it is. You should have no business doing that to that woman. And even if she did overdose, that doesn't mean you get the chance or you get the opportunity to vandalize or violate her body just because she's not alive anymore. And then you don't get to mutilate her body. You don't get to do that, right? Like, I don't understand what's the point of doing any of that. You know, I don't know if that's some sick thing, you know, that you sick kink that you have, you know, going for yourself. But, you know, now you're going to have to pay the price for that. You're going to have to pay the price for that. It's crazy. It's really crazy. But that was an interesting case. That was really an interesting case. Oh, Claire. Oh, she said, I just subscribed. I usually don't talk about my journey, but thank you so much, Carla. Listen, like I said, you don't have to explain nothing. Your journey is your journey. And I'm glad that you are here now to take the journey and you are doing what you need to do for you. And I appreciate that you even felt comfortable enough to even express that little bit about your life. Okay. And we are proud of you here. Can't say it for for the rest of YouTube. Can't say it for the rest of the internet. You know how the internet is, right? But here, I will say that I am definitely proud of you that you are taking all the steps that you need to do to better yourself in so many ways. So shout out to you and thank you so much for subscribing. Truly appreciate you. Truly appreciate you. All right, guys. So that one was a very interesting one. I really didn't like that one. I didn't really like the ending. I would have preferred to see somewhat of a trial about what he was really going to say. And if he actually got a lawyer, that's what I want to see. I would want to see how he was going to swing that. But I do have another one for you guys. So just make sure you're hitting the like button for me while you're just coming in to say hi on this good, lovely Saturday. And if you know anyone who's interested in going over these cases, share it with them, guys. Share it with them if they want to have a immersive conversation in the chat about these cases. then share it with them. But I truly appreciate everyone stopping by, even when you do. Okay? So the next one that I have for you guys is about a lady named Hannah. A lady named Hannah. So Hannah just realized that she is a murder suspect. Okay? So I want to take a look at this. This happened out in South Carolina in America. So it seemed very interesting to me. And I guess the individual who potentially lost their life, rest in peace to Katie Balavet. If I'm saying the name wrong, I apologize, but Katie Balavet. So I'm going to pull up my screen and we're going to take a look at this, okay? Here we go. Share my screen and we're off.
The photo you were looking at is of 22-year-old Katie Blauvelt. Tragically, about 3 months after this picture was taken, Katie was murdered, her body stuffed into a concrete box. Following her discovery, Simpsonville authorities launched an investigation that spanned over 6 years. During that time, there were 3 names on the suspect list. The first name is John Blauvelt, Katie's 28-year-old husband. When confronted about Katie's murder, John unwaveringly denied any involvement in her death.
I'm just going to ask you point blank, did you kill Katie?
No.
Do you know who killed her?
No.
Is there any physical evidence that we're either going to find in that abandoned house, on Katie's body, or on any of her clothing, or in her car that is going to link you to her death?
I don't believe so, no. Definitely not.
The second name on the list is Hannah Thompson, a teenage runaway and Katie's ex-best friend. The detectives are about to show her pictures of Katie's dead body.
Look at her, Hannah. She's right here.
I don't want to look at her.
That's your friend.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Don't want to do what? Don't want to help us find out who killed her?
Tell us exactly what happened to Katie. I really don't know. I don't know anything about her murder.
You do.
I don't.
You do.
Can I please leave? Can I please leave?
Hannah, this is a friend of yours that
I
we're trying to do.
And I want to help, but I can't.
The third name is Ben Klein, a 33-year-old handyman from Medford, Oregon. You are about to hear the voice of Ben Klein's girlfriend, coping with the reality that Ben is a suspect in a murder investigation.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Oh, don't burn that kitty. Don't burn that kitty.
Now that you've been introduced to the main characters in this story, you may be wondering who exactly killed Katie. Before we answer that question, we are going to start at the very beginning. On October 26, 2016, just after midnight, a call rang in to the Simpsonville Police Department in South Carolina from a man named Wayne Roper.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
We found my
Hey
friend
girl,
Katie's
Dad,
dead
it's good to
in-
see you. Happy Saturday. I hope everything's going well with you, sir. Thank you so much.
Is she cold?
She was very pale, and there was no response.
Wayne went on to explain that he and his friend
Thank you,
Ricky
Brucey.
had found Katie's body inside of an abandoned house in the woods, just off of Southeast Main Street. Officers were immediately dispatched to the scene. When they arrived, Ricky and Wayne escorted the officers to the basement and led them to a concrete box. Inside, the officers found Katie's mangled body surrounded by trash. The blade of a knife was still lodged in her neck. They also noticed a trail of blood coming out of the box and continuing up through the basement window, indicating that she was likely killed outside on the house's gravel driveway and then dragged into the basement, her face
I agree
scraping
with her.
against the
It's
ground
hard.
the entire way.
It's really hard.
Detectives Cheryl Schofield and Keith Moorcraft were assigned to the case, and while the forensics unit processed the scene, they reached out to Katie's family to inform them of her death. One of those people was suspect number 1, Katie's army-clad husband, John Blauvelt. They asked him to come down to the police station where they shared the tragic news.
I'm so sorry if we lost that.
John grieved the death of his wife, sniffling in front of the detectives. But just moments later, it appeared that he had gotten over it. His expression was completely neutral as the conversation continued. He even cracked a few jokes, smiling and laughing with the detectives. Under these dreadful circumstances, the detectives found John's progression from grief to indifference to joy extremely unusual. Not only that, but John hardly asked any questions. He basically just accepted the news and seemed to have no interest in the details of Katie's death. The detectives decided to show him a picture of the abandoned building and ask if he had ever been there. He said that he and Katie used to hang out there, but their last visit was months ago. Suddenly, John had a burning question.
Am I being charged with a crime? Because he's recording me, and I'm not comfortable with that. You're not being charged.
Now, y'all know I get touchy when I see my fellow brothers and sisters in uniform being put in situations like this where they have to come down and get questioned and stuff. It is, you could tell how way back this is because you can tell by the uniform. We don't wear those uniforms anymore. But it is a little alarming that this used to be your wife, right? Or she still is your wife. Y'all probably had a falling out, a little separation. You didn't really show any concern that she was gone. You did a fake sniffle, and then you went right back to acting like your normal self, even cracking jokes. This is not a laughing matter. Now, a concerned husband or even a concerned about to be ex-husband will be like, hey, what happened? What's going on? Why am I even being brung down here to begin with? This have something to do with my wife? You would ask these questions like, what am I even doing here? You literally got me off of work. Like, I still got my work uniform on and you're asking me questions. What's going on? He didn't do any of that. And then while not even showing any actual emotions on the basis of his wife being unalive or being informed that your wife has been unalive, the first thing you ask is, am I being charged with a crime? Now, I'm not trying to say that that you're not supposed to be worried about that, right? Self-preservation is important. Everybody should have self-preservation, right? A high level of self-preservation. But it does seem very weird that you would go that route when they're just addressing that your wife, the woman that you married, has lost her life. You're acting like, so what's for dinner? Like, oh, so what are you doing this too? Are we going bowling this Sunday? That's how you acting. You're acting like you're about to go bowling or you're about to figure out what you're about to do in the next hour or so. You doesn't seem really concerned about this woman is gone. This woman that you walked down the aisle and said, I do to. So it's not making you, it's not really making you look too good, right? You definitely don't seem like the sympathetic or the empathetic husband, right? We don't know per se why you feel that way about your wife or maybe your possible ex-wife. We don't know why you feel that way, but just saying. Wait, Brucey said he's in the service. Why isn't the Jag there? Like, I don't know, man. I really don't know, Brucey. I have no clue. But here's the thing. If he doesn't even know that they're coming to ask him any questions or interview him, that he probably didn't even have enough time to speak with the Jag. Hopefully, if he's down there in uniform, that means that he has talked to the Jag and the Jag have gave him advice that you can go down there and just be interviewed and let us know what happened after the interview. Hopefully that's what happened. Southern, Bruce says, Southern, that was my older sister motto. Southern said, MJ with her delusion about, no, I'm not delusional about service members. Southern, I swear. Listen, I know. Believe me, I know. It just still makes me sad, That's all. What y'all wear now? We wear darker colors. We don't wear those colors anymore. We definitely wear darker colors now. So true. I try to stay away from saying dead, kill, and certain these type of words because they're trigger words. But when I do say unalive, most people understand what I mean. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Brucey. Thank you. Thank you. Sean said, absolutely. And that's your first question. Am I being charged? No. Well, can I go? Right, exactly. It's not about being a children. Let's see. Best viewers on the Steam. Oh, well, okay. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Husband was officially done. Probably relieved he didn't even have to divorce her. Child, that's crazy. That's crazy, Southern. Let's go on. Let's go on.
Okay, what's the crime right now?
John's behavior was suspicious to the detectives, but suspicion alone wasn't enough to charge him. They needed more evidence. John was allowed to leave, and the detectives immediately began digging deeper into the relationship between him and Katie. They learned that about a year earlier, in November of 2015, John and Katie tied the knot at the Greenville Probate Courthouse. Katie then moved into John's house in the city of Fountain Inn, just outside of Simpsonville. She clearly wanted to raise a family after getting married, but it quickly became clear that John had other priorities. In early 2016, he started hosting wild parties and even invited random teenagers that he met at work. He also allowed 2 of them to stay at his house indefinitely, 16-year-old Allie Somerville and aforementioned 17-year-old Hannah Thompson. By February, Katie had had enough and left to stay with her mom. As soon as she moved out, Hannah quickly took Katie's place. But shortly after this disturbing switcheroo, Hannah's father contacted the Fountain Inn police to report that he hadn't seen his daughter in over 2 weeks. As a result, several officers went to John's house to confront him and...
Oh, okay. So that seems like motive to me. Anybody... how do y'all feel in the chat? Do y'all feel like that is somewhat of a motive as into why he would be a good suspect? You got married to this girl a year ago, and instead of being a faithful husband and doing what you need to do, you want to have parties and you're dealing with teenagers. That kind of threw me off guard. Like, why are you having very big, obnoxious parties in your house and the people that are coming there are teenagers? From what I look at it, him nor his wife look like teenagers. They look like fully grown adults, and they've been adult for a while, right? They don't look like teenagers. He doesn't look like a 19-year-old or a 17-year-old that just signed on the dotted line and joined into the military. He doesn't look like that. So why are you as a grown man hanging and having parties with teenagers? And just as soon as she, she caught, her spidey senses started tingling and realized that you could have possibly been dealing with these 2 particular teenagers that used to always come to the party at their house, and she didn't want to deal with them anymore. You start an actual official relationship with one of these said teenagers. Now her father gets involved, kind of got somebody probably plugged him in his ear where his daughter was at. The cops come to your house, and now you have an issue of dealing with underage minors and having parties, and depending on whether if there's narcotics and alcohol, whatever not, that to me seemed quite of a motive as into why he could have want to harm his wife. Because if he feels that she was the catapult to it because she didn't allow it to slide, she didn't allow him to deal with women or younger women in her house, while they were married, or did she go to that girl's parents and told that girl's father where she was, and that's why he was able to send the police? Those are motives to me that I would look at him as a suspect. So now it's starting to make sense why the detectives reached out to him as a suspect of his wife's death. Even though we all know when it comes down to homicides and murders and things of that sort, unalivings, that they always go to the immediate family first, right? It starts with your significant other, your spouse. Then they'll hit on your children. After that, they'll go to your own parents. They'll go to your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, and they just keep on trickling down the line, even to your close friends, right? So that's what they do. But now this kind of makes sense too. If they have all this evidence that the police showed up because of an underage girl that was seemed to be in a relationship with a man who was well older than her. Her father didn't know where she was or her whereabouts. That probably could have been a problem with him when it comes down to him being in the military, right? Most likely it should have been a problem, right? So I don't know. To me, it sounds like that's somewhat of a motive. Southern said with teen kids, right? Bruce said absolutely. Sonia, he hanging with minors, right? Southern said we got to watch these adults who have obsession with teens and being a kid. No, we do. We do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Why is he partying with minors? That doesn't make sense to me. He was obsessed with some girl way young and his wife was in the way. Right. Yeah. Like, that's not looking good. This is not looking good at all, but let's go on.
And speak with Hannah. John immediately locked the doors and told Allie and Hannah to stay inside and stay quiet. The police drew their weapons and ordered John to open the door. After a 4-hour standoff, John finally surrendered. He was arrested and charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Although these charges were ultimately dropped, and Hannah was allowed to return to John's house as she pleased, Katie had also informed the officers about another incident where John had pulled a gun on her. John would say that this never happened and that Katie was lying to get him in trouble. But it was his word against hers, and John was charged with first-degree domestic violence. A restraining order was put in place, preventing John from seeing or contacting Katie, and the military took disciplinary action by significantly cutting his pay. They also launched an internal investigation to decide whether or not he would be discharged from the Army. While this investigation was ongoing, John was suspended from his role as a recruiter and reassigned to an office job downtown. With all of this new information, the detectives had a few more questions, so they returned to John's Fountain Inn home and escorted both John and Hannah down to the station. They interviewed John first, going over his tumultuous relationship with Katie in more detail.
Let's see. So, Sean said he was seeing that teenage girl. That could explain the response to the police. Not right, but I'm just saying, right. I mean, like, at the end of the day, here is a married man. You just got married a year ago, and you're already in dealings with other women, but these women are minors. These are teenagers. They're not even they're not even of age of consent in the United States, which is 18, right? And we can look at you and tell that you're way over the age of 18 years old. You're not even like 15, like 17 years old, a 17-year-old dealing with a 15-year-old. This is not the case. This is 16 or 17-year-olds dealing with someone who's well in their freaking 20s, right? Like this guy looked like he's almost near his 30s, right? Late 20s. And you're having parties with teenagers, and then you end up having a relationship with one of your teenagers when your wife gets fed up. It's crazy. I don't understand why he was doing that. Something says that's crazy work. They just got married. Right, exactly. Bruce said, MJ, I thought that any service member who got in trouble, the military took over the case automatically. No, the only time the military takes over the case automatically if you are active duty. Right now, he is a recruiter. So he's on, how can I put it in civilian terms? He's active duty. However, he can be like a part of the reserve portion, but on tour as an active person, meaning he's getting all the benefits of an active duty member, but he's still home. He's somewhere that he lives at. And he's a reservist. He's a part of the reservist component of the military. Even within that, they only partake in a case or a particular case if it's brung up to them, right? If it's brung up to them. There's so many people who don't bring things up to the JAG, and unless their commander or their unit or their base is notified of a situation or incident of that individual, which is the last thing that y'all will want to do. I'm just saying, for my fellow members out here, the last thing that you will want to do is for them to get a random call from a local police or somebody else and telling your commander about something that happened outside. That's not what you want. What you want to do is get ahead of the game and go speak to your commander, go speak to your first sergeant, and go speak to the JAG if you need any assistance or advice with the JAG. You need to be ahead of this situation. Don't wait until somebody call and notify them that that's going on. That is the wrong thing to do. Just a heads up, okay? Just a heads up. And Bruce said, and his wife was a pretty woman. She was a pretty woman. Discharge. Well, here's the thing. He wasn't discharged, obviously, because he's sitting there in uniform. So I guess what happened, the case went through, and they were going through the whole process of what they wanted to do with him. He probably just got an Article 15 in this situation if he is still serving. And just because you get an Article 15 doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be discharged. But once that is on your record, you have a higher chance of being discharged, depending on what the situation is and why you got an Article 15. Let's see. Adam Miller said, does not have much to do with that. Has more to do with the happen and the where. Sean said he had an attitude with his wife. That could explain the response to the police, but that was still the person he fell in love with. Yeah, I'm wondering if he thinks that it was his wife that ratted him out or told the father or found a way and got in touch with the father to tell him where his daughter was. And that's how everything trickled down. But even when he didn't even do the right thing with that, once the police came, why would you tell those kids to hide? If you was like, here's the thing, if everything was just supposed to be like PG-13 with these minors, right? You just hanging out with them, you know, being like a mentor or someone that they could look up to, like a big brother, whatever. Now, why are you hiding them? You're hiding them because you know that that's not what you were doing. And you know that was not what your relationship with these young minor women were. You were doing things that you was not supposed to be doing. So that's why you hit him. That's why you hit him. Who is this? I got to find out his name for you. Southern said, I wonder, did he have this aggression before she married him? Probably not. You know how shapeshifters move. Shapeshifters move very, very strategic, Southern.
While talking about his domestic violence charge and the restraining order that came with it, John told the detectives that he had violated the restraining order the first chance that he got.
I called her the night, I know I wasn't supposed to, don't care. Called her the night I got out of jail. And she sat there and cried on the phone. And she was like, I didn't know that you were going to go to jail. And I told her, it's okay. You know, I forgive you. I'm a very forgiving guy. I don't give a shit. I can get over this. You know, I know who she was. She had the shortest fuse on the phone. It wasn't even a fuse. It was one of those things you just pull it. It just explodes. That was her personality. That's the personality. That's the person I knew. And I told her it's okay. That's fine. I'll take you back. I don't care. Let's just move on.
Katie moved back in with John at the end of April 2016, but about a month into this arrangement, the Fountain Inn Police Department started knocking on John's door looking for her.
So I told her, I was like, you gotta go. Like, we can talk and we'll keep that on the low, but you gotta go now because they were coming to the house.
Before Katie left, John told her that he wanted things to go back to normal once his court cases were settled. But the longer they were separated, the further they drifted apart. And by June, all communication between the two had come to a halt. He claimed that was the end of any direct contact or communication with Katie. The detectives asked how he's been dealing with Katie's death. Since Katie's family believed he had killed her, he wasn't getting much support during this painful time. In fact, he claimed that he was being harassed due to the things Katie's family was saying about him on Facebook.
People were giving out my address. People came walk to my house the other night. People walked to my house the other night. Or standing out front of my house.
Do you recognize them or not?
No, they were from Facebook. And that's the shit that's got me pissed off. Because I can't sleep at night because I think something's gonna happen.
That's how they do.
I'm gonna barricade my front door.
That's exactly how they do.
I've been telling people to come by my house, and her mom's been telling people to come by my house. They're trying to spin this story against me, and it's got me terrified. It's got me scared as shit.
Despite John's animosity towards Katie's family, it didn't stop him from dropping by Katie's funeral service when the family wasn't there to pay his respects.
Her family wants to be crazy about this shit. So I'm there by myself. I'm dealing with it by myself. Dirtbag ass family.
Well, you got to understand right now they're going through a lot too.
I'm trying to understand, but I'm going through the same shit. I lost a friend. Maybe not the best wife, but I lost a friend. She would always be my friend.
The detectives had no interest in feeding into John's pity party, so they jumped into a different line of questioning. They asked John about his timeline of events the day Katie vanished. He said that he left work between 2 and 3 p.m. and went straight home.
I got home and recently I've been like running the trail behind the house. So that day I went out, ran trails, and I went and sat by this little spot and like watched fish fucking swim.
And what did Hannah do while you were running with Marley?
Whatever she does, watch.
So I want you guys to keep in mind before we go on a little bit further. So he did feel that she was the reason why he got arrested because of those girls, or calling the cops, or giving a tip to that one of the girls' fathers that their daughter was there. Because why would you say, I forgive you and I'll take you back, if you called her after getting locked up and you wasn't supposed to? I didn't even know that she had an order of protection against him. So why did she have an order of protection against you? That's what I would want to know. Why did she have an order of protection against you? Was you verbally attacking her? Was you physically, was you physically attacking her? Did you verbally threaten her that's the reason why she felt that she needed the order of protection? Because you said that you violated an order of protection once you called her when you got out of jail, and you didn't care. And then you said, I forgive you and I take you back. So he's already showing that he did have somewhat animosity against her because he felt that she tried to destroy his career in the military. But then he said that he was okay with it and I can get over it and get past this, but let's get back together. And then within, I guess, a month of getting back together and moving back in with each other, all of a sudden he wanted her out the house. So where was she supposed to go? Do you know where she went? Do you know if she went to her family members? I mean, there is a reason why her family members have this hostility against you and why they think that you had something to do with her unaliving, right? Is because of the order of protection, but because of the partying that was going on in the house. Maybe other things that she probably have told them when she was speaking to them. There's reasons behind that. That didn't just come out of nowhere. But I do agree, and I'm glad that the detectives realized that he was trying to use like a pity party. Like, yeah, I know they sucks, but I mean, I lost my wife. But sir, you're not even acting like this is your wife. You just said, oh, I lost a friend. She was a horrible wife. You don't even consider her a wife. You're not feeling her like that. You're not feeling her like that. You're not feeling her like that at all. You don't have no emotional connection to her as the love of your life, someone that you was willing to marry. So I want to know what was the dynamic of their relationship during the last month and a couple of days before you decided to kick her out your house and you couldn't do it anymore. Because it doesn't seem like, it was of something of rekindling or trying to reconnect or trying to save their marriage. It doesn't seem like that. You seem like you're completely over her and you was completely over the marriage. Interesting. John Q said, didn't they say that he pulled a gun on her once? I think they did. Right. Someone said, I thought MJ had a baby crying in the background. It was the airplane. I don't got no baby. There ain't no babies in this house. There is no babies in this house, other no babies. Absolutely not. No matter how mad I was at my woman and she supposedly let, I would be worried if she was okay. Right. You caught that too, right, Sean? All right, good. I'm not the only one. Let's go on.
John told the detectives that after his trail run with his dog Marley, he and Hannah went to a Zaxby's restaurant before meeting up with John's friend who owed him money. But in an interview with one of John's neighbors, they said that they saw him before he left that night throwing several garbage bags into the back of his vehicle. The detectives wondered what John could have been throwing out and why he left this detail out of his timeline. So they asked him directly.
That night, somebody says you and Hannah were putting some trash from a bag, like a trash bag in the back of the Prius.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember doing that?
Oh yeah.
What was that about?
Marley had like the most explosive shit on the floor and stunk up the whole house. I had to throw out like 4 towels. It was disgusting. And then Crystal left it for me to clean up. So, because it was like watery, nasty, I had to get like 3 or 4 towels to clean it up, plus the Swiffer, plus like dump bleach on the floor. So, yeah, it was pretty nasty.
Okay. So why'd you put it in the car?
To take it.
Oh, okay.
Throw it, yeah.
What the fuck do you have to be putting bleach on the floor? Like, that is a dead giveaway right there. What do you need to put bleach on the floor? There is Lysol, there is Windex, there is what is that brand? Pine Sol. Nobody is just putting bleach on the floor. Nobody. And even they're not going to put bleach on the floor without it being mixed with water. Let's say if that was the only cleaning substance that you have in your house, you would dilute it with water because the smell of concentrated bleach in the house can make you dizzy. That fumes, or if you don't have the window open or anything, right? So why would you be whatever mess that was made in the house? Why would you be putting bleach on the floor? Who the hell are you fooling? Anybody who really cleaning their house ain't putting no bleach on their floor. If you got hardwood floors, you putting bleach on your floor? Really? And then you left that out before they even asked you. And it's like I said, like even the time frame is weird too, because now I want to know, did those girls have something to do with it? Because if they're helping you put these bags away and you didn't throw these bags in your garbage. You put them in your car to take it somewhere else for it to be tossed. If it was just some messed up towels with juice and stuff like that, then yeah, why don't you just throw regular towels out in your regular garbage? Why would you have to, literally pack it up and put it in a car and take it somewhere else? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't at all. I mean, I would go into more detail if I was the detectives here. What was you actually throwing away that was so horrible and disgusting that you couldn't put it in your regular garbage for the garbage man to come and pick it up? That it was something that you had to literally go and dump it somewhere else. Doesn't make any sense at all. Bruce said, I call Cap. Who cleans crap up with bleach? Right. They said bags. That sounds like one bag of towels. Right. Exactly. If he said it was towels, how many towels did you use? 20? Did you use 20 towels or 30 towels? Even if you had like a towel, 15 towels, that's only one bag. You had bags. You had numerous of bags. So what else did that you was throwing away outside of the bags? Was it paper towels? What is it? John Q said odor ban. Mm-hmm. Right. Wouldn't be more than one bag for a couple of right, exactly. It wouldn't. 4 towels can go in one bag. Double up, and that smirk before he answered. Right, exactly. A body, MJ. Exactly. John Q said environmentalists discourage the excess use of bleach. Even the military. Exactly, John Q. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like we don't even use that like that in the service. That fumes, and especially, we get the concentrated shit. Like we get the real thick thick shit. Like you could create a fucking bomb with it if you don't dilute it properly and all the stuff like that. But it's not good. It's really not good. And you have to keep your home ventilated when you use bleach. When you use bleach, you have to keep your home ventilated. When you use it in your bathroom to sterilize your sink and your cabinets and your mirror and stuff like that, and even your toilet, you gotta keep the windows open. I don't understand why would you be putting bleach on your floor like that? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I know a lot of people don't have marble floors and stuff like that, but people don't put bleach on their marble floors. And I know people are not putting bleach or using bleach on their hardwood floors. But let's go on.
Yeah, our trash is always filled up.
The detectives had a feeling that this dog poop story was just a cover-up for what the garbage bags were really filled with. Items used to clean up Katie's blood. The detectives also had no problem asking about John's suspicious behavior to his face. They asked him why he never inquired about any details surrounding Katie's death in the last interview.
Yeah, I have explained this to a few people because like 20 people asked me that day what happened. I feel like there's nothing that could bring me.
So you didn't really want to know.
Yeah, there's nothing that information would bring me in the moment. Like I said, I've experienced death. And,
in the military?
Yeah, and that's never really done shit for me to know.
Is there any information or any questions I haven't asked you that any information you have that might help us?
I don't know what her family's told you. Hopefully Cheyenne's been, upfront with you, but she's been dating around a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
As someone who claimed to have had no contact with Katie for 4 months, he seemed to know an awful lot about her dating life. As the interview progressed, it became more and more obvious to John that he was.
So here we are again. Here we are again. So you know so much about her dating life. Like, I want y'all to literally think about the timeline. Okay? You marry this woman within a year. Within the year of actual legal marriage, you are having house parties with underage girls. She couldn't take it anymore. She seen what was going on. She seen that you was being flirtatious and trying to get in these young girls' drawers and pretending that y'all was just cool and just friends. And then she ends up leaving. It could be a possibility that she tipped off one of the girls' fathers who was looking for their daughter where they were at and where they were staying at. The police come. Now everything has to go and inform the military in reference of this situation, what they're going to do, whether they're going to discharge you or not. It's all a process. This process does not go quickly, right? It doesn't go quickly because you have to go in front of a board. They have to make sure they get evidence. They have to work with the local police as well. So it's a whole process, right? You know, and that happens. And I'm going to let you guys know that just is not a military thing. That is a contract thing. When you have a job where you sign a contract, that is law enforcement, police, military, a contractor job, whatever job where you actually get a contract for what you're going to do when you work with this particular service. There is a process that happens when it comes down to discipline. It's not someone just makes an accusation and that's it. We're going to just take the accusation as the honest to God truth and run with it. No, it's evidence. It's a board. It's looking at all this stuff before an actual decision comes down. Right? So that's why it's not like no one hit it, quit it. Oh, somebody just accused you and that's it. That's done. No, that's not how it works. It doesn't work when you sign on the dotted line on a contract. It doesn't work that way, okay? But then, after all this, you said that you forgave her. Y'all wanted to get back on square one, try to save your marriage. Within a month of that conversation, you end up kicking her out the house. Now you're supposed to be going to dinner with the girl and the other girl that was staying in your house. You were the last person that your wife was having conversation with or was supposed to meet up with, you purposely left out that you had some cleaning up to do in the house before you were supposed to head to the restaurant, where you had to take bags and put them in your car and drop them off wherever you need to drop them off. You said that it had to do with, I guess your dog. You have a dog. He pooped all over the house, and y'all used towels and stuff to clean it up. But I just don't. It, like, to me, it's just weird. Then you're saying that you use bleach, and I'm like, what? Like, if you really think about everything, you could tell that his whole story is a lie. It doesn't make sense. And even still, he doesn't have any concern about his wife that is gone. He's still more concerned about himself. It's crazy. MJ shouldn't have had to take it. She was in the right for being angry. Yeah, he is. He is a POS. Yes, definitely. He didn't respect her, or when she said no, he would have stopped. Right. He forgave her. He is the one needing forgiveness, not her. It's her home. It's her space. He was violating by having other girls in her house. Yes, you're right, Brucey. You're absolutely right. Brucey said, I've got a dog. I wipe it up with TP and flush it down the toilet. Right. But they saying they using towels. Like, what? Did your dog have diarrhea? Did he have like the worst diarrhea that you could ever imagine, that once you cleaned it up with towels, you was like, I'm not ever using these towels on my body. Putting it through the washing machine 2 or 3 times is not going to suffice. We need to go ahead and get rid of these towels. Even within that, why did you have to take those bags and put them in your car and dump them somewhere else? Why weren't they able to stay in your garbage can, so when the garbage guy came up on your garbage day, they could pick it up? And then the whole bleach shit just threw me out the window. That was like a dead giveaway to me with the bleach. You using bleach because you covering up something. You want something to be, you want to make sure that something is destroyed. And everybody believed that, you destroy DNA or you destroy blood with bleach. Sean said a dog would want to go outside to poop. Am I correct? Right. Especially if you knew that the dog is running around back and forth and he has to go to the bathroom. Why wouldn't you take him outside to use the bathroom? Why would you let him defecate in your house? Especially if this is not a puppy and you had this dog for a very long time. And even if you had a puppy, you're in the process of training the puppy. You're going to have little doggy sheets around the house where you're going to train them to say, hey, poop on the sheet, or poop over here on the sheet, and keep it controlled as possible. So I don't know. None of that is making sense. And what do we say over here? If it doesn't make sense, that means it's not true. And why would a reasonable person leave it for their spouse to clean it up? Right. Exactly. I just don't get it. Sean, mine does, but when she was a puppy, no, she just went to when she had to go. Okay. Hey, Brandon, how are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday. Bleach is definitely a way to get rid of evidence. Exactly. Oh, thank you, Brucey. Let's go on.
Was a suspect.
Is there any physical evidence that we're either going to find in that abandoned house, on Katie's body, or on any of her clothing, or in her car, that is going to link you to her death?
I don't believe so, no. Definitely not.
Okay.
Eventually, they stopped beating around the bush and asked John the big question.
I'm just going to ask you point blank. Did you kill Katie?
No.
Okay. Do you know who killed her?
No.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph so we can go ahead and do that with you and eliminate you and start looking elsewhere?
I have to talk to my lawyer about that first.
Okay.
See what he says, because I don't know about that at all.
Although they weren't able to do a polygraph test with John, he agreed to have his DNA collected.
Did y'all guys see that? Did y'all see him scratch behind his head after he said no, he didn't kill her and he doesn't know who killed her? that is a sign that he's lying. He is full-blown lying. That is a nervous reaction when you know that what you're saying is not true. All of a sudden you start fidgeting. That's what he did. He did a fidgeting moment at that time because he knew what he said he was a lie. You could see when he was having the interrogation the first time with him, he wasn't fidgeting in that way. Then when they was talking before, he wasn't fidgeting in that way. But when they asked him something directly that triggered him, that made him uncomfortable because he actually knows the answer to that, yes or no, he now has to, quote unquote, fidget and scratch behind his ear. Boy. I'm good. Appreciate it. Hope you, yes, I'm doing well, Brandon. Thank you so much. Bleach can't hide blood, though. Luminol will expose blood even with the bleach. Right, exactly. But see, like, people think that bleach kills and hides blood because you look at so many shows that are fictional and they make things, they make the masses of people believe that this is how everything plays out, even though some of this fictional stories and series and stuff, which is really entertaining and good to look at, I must say, they do put factual things in there, but then there is things that are unfactual, right? So people ran with it thinking about the bleach situation. That's why we have everybody thinking that, oh, I need to go get me a whole bunch of bleach. I got to get me a load of bleach. Let's see. Oh, good. Yeah, John seen it. He knew it was coming. He did know it was coming, right? Yeah, he definitely was like, nope, can't do that test. Yes. Not Southern saying dandruff was itching, MJ. Not the dandruff. Oh, my God. Southern. Yes, ma'am. She's a year old this month. Oh, you talk about the puppy. Oh, okay. Scratch like a pedigree. Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you, Brucey. Ask a lawyer about polygraph, but not the DNA. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. He said that I think the reason why he's giving his DNA because he's confident that he did a good enough job that there will be none of his DNA there or present on anything that they got, right? That's the ego in him. But he denied the polygraph because he knew that he couldn't lie. He knew that he was going to fail that polygraph. But we shall see. Well, won't we? We shall see.
He also handed over his phone, which John said he had with him on the night of Katie's death. They then took some photos of John's tattoos, and he was allowed to leave. It was now Hannah's turn to be interviewed. They had a feeling that she was more likely to crack under pressure, so they took a more aggressive approach during her questioning, wasting no time to ask if she knew anything about Katie's death. But Hannah claimed that she had no idea what happened to her.
I can tell you already, you're lying to me. Okay? You do not want to get wrapped up in catching a murder charge. Right. You're 17 years old. You have your entire life ahead of you. Mm-hmm. You may love John, and you may think you two are going to get married
like a damn
walk down the
idiot.
yellow brick road. Okay? But no man and no woman is worth going to prison for.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Brucey.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir. If you know something and you're trying to cover up for it, you're going to go down with the person who did this to her. For knowing anything, whether it was beforehand or after the fact, you're going to go down with them.
No matter what they said, they were struggling to make any breakthroughs with Hannah, so they decided to show her photos of Katie's autopsy. If Hannah was involved in Katie's death, the detectives hoped that she would feel guilty looking at these photos and decide to confess.
Look at her, Hannah. She's right here.
I don't want to look at her.
That's your friend.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Don't want to do what? Don't want to help us find out who killed her?
The autopsy photos clearly affected Hannah. It's possible that she didn't want to continue because the guilt was beginning to weigh on her, and she was scared that she might confess. But the detectives weren't done with her just yet. They took advantage of her vulnerability and continued to apply pressure.
Tell us exactly what happened to Katie. I really don't know. I don't know anything about her murder.
You do.
I don't.
You do.
Can I please leave?
Please leave.
Hannah, this is a friend of yours that
I
we're trying
know,
to do.
and I want to help, but I can't.
Listen.
It seemed that Hannah was pushed too hard, and the detectives had no choice but to let her leave. They went back to the drawing board and continued to compile evidence. While looking through John's phone, investigators hit the jackpot. They discovered shocking Google searches, including how to sharpen a knife, when can police tap your phone, and what do I do when my wife dies. They also found damning text messages between him and Hannah. Around the time of Katie's...
Okay, so let me just put this out there. I don't want people doing no crimes, but criminals in action or potential criminals in action, stop fucking using Google and search engines to fucking get information on how to commit a crime. You dumb motherfuckers, stop doing that. You are dumb. You're retarded. I don't understand. Why do you think that I can search, what should I do if my wife dies? What should I do if I shoot this person? What should I do if I cut this person's head off and I want to get rid of it? Stop making these stupid ass search engines. That's nothing but a paper trail. Literally. And then and when you find out that you was doing it maybe months prior to an incident that the detectives have to come and investigate you, guess what now that comes to? Oh, premeditation. Yeah. That makes it automatically a first degree charge. When they find out, like months ago, you was looking, how can I get away with a crime? When can I erase my my messages? How do I erase my messages? Like, stop being so damn stupid. What is wrong with y'all? Why are y'all doing that? At this point, what is the point of even hiding that you did it if you're gonna type in a search engine or use AI to help your dumb ass to fucking commit the crime? I'm just saying. Please. No, Bing ain't good either. Search engines, all search engines, Otter, all search engines. Like, God, please stop doing that. Let's see. That's Hannah's twin. Lord Jesus. Like, I just don't understand why they doing that. He's so ignorant. And he really gave over his phone as if, yeah, they're not going to find anything. I erased everything. No, stupid. If you was that smart, you would have factory reset your phone. But even if you would have factory reset your phone, that would have threw up a red flag to the detectives that you factory reset your phone because you wanted to hide something. You're a fucking idiot. I just don't get it. I don't know. Is Ask Jeeves safe to use? No, nothing is safe to use. Nothing is safe to use. Certainly not on your phone or under your Google account. It's Joanne, my head hurts, Joanne. My head is hurting. Especially using your own login and computer. Yes, exactly. Like I said, I'm not trying to tell people how to commit crimes. I'm really not. But if you were even going to even go that route where you need some assistance or some Google search to know how to do something, go to a library. Just saying. All right? Just saying. And don't delete. Right. Oh, now MJ, I ain't no criminal, but my search is hell. Come on, Southern. Oh my God. Southern, no, Southern, no. Even when you put it on what you call incognito mode, you ain't safe, Southern. So that search engine, girl. Hey, country, how are you? Good to see you. You know, not Spitfire saying mine's is wild too. Lord, y'all better start deleting y'all shit. What is wrong with y'all? Bet you searching for your big bike, not your big biker guy. Police can track your search engine. Yes, they can. I didn't commit a crime, but I'm sorry, MJ. Don't fuss. Oh my God, not you too, Sean. Not you too. Listen. I'm not trying to say that you researching certain things automatically makes you a criminal or you're supposed to do a crime. I'm only speaking on the individuals who tends to commit a crime in a certain type of way. And then when you look at their search engines, whether or not it's on their phone or on their personal computer, it literally mimics exactly what happened to the said victim of a crime. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot if you do that, right? That's just ridiculous. That is just ridiculous. Let's go on. I had to get that off my chest. Like, y'all don't understand how dangerous search engines, these Google accounts, the internet, AI, you don't understand the dangers behind these wonderful tools that can be used for good, but when they're used for bad, it can get really bad.
Death, Hannah texted John saying, "You said that I can't let people treat me like shit anymore, and that's what you do when you talk to her." John responded with, "I know, she's gone." Right before Katie's death, John texted, "I'm going through with that thing." And at 5:04 p.m., right after Katie was believed to have been killed, John texted Hannah to look at a picture he sent her. Unfortunately, the detectives were unable to recover the file. The detectives wanted to confront John with this evidence, but it turned out that getting a follow-up interview would be more difficult than they anticipated. After failing to contact him, they quickly learned that both John and Hannah were MIA, along with John's red GMC Yukon. Although Hannah was also a person of interest, the investigators were still concerned that she was alone with John and potentially in danger. On November 18th, 2016, John was officially charged with Katie's murder and possession of a murder weapon during a violent crime. A multi-state
I mean, of course she is in danger, right? Because she was there. She was there. She helped assist. I don't know if she helped assist John to unalive his wife, but she definitely assists with him relocating the body from the scene of the crime. And that is a crime. And if she was to ever say anything, of course she's going to be in danger, because if you saw that he's capable of doing that to the woman that he said I do to, what the hell you think he going to do to you? You not even married to this man. He haven't said marriage or anything to him to you. You know, he's not devoted to you. Right now, y'all basis on the relationship is pretty much covering each other's tracks. And you're always in danger. You're always going to be at risk when you do dirt with someone that they, number one, don't rat you out to save themselves, or they end up taking you out because, you know, dead people don't speak, right? Dead people don't speak. So yes, she would be in danger. But the bad thing about it is they went MIA. Like, again, like the movements and the things that he was doing, it shows that you're guilty. You didn't, from the beginning, from the first interrogation, you didn't even act like a concerning husband, or a husband that is he's in distress that his wife is gone, right? You said this is your friend. You didn't even act like she was your friend. You didn't act like you was mourning a friend, let alone a wife. Like, this is wicked. This is some wicked stuff. Like, I'm wondering, what was it all about? Because did you really unalive your wife just so you can shack up with a underage girl? Or was it really just on the basis that now that the military was informed about what's going on when you're not at work, when you're not on the job, and you was afraid that you was going to get kicked out of the military, and now you felt revengeful, or you felt spiteful because your wife could have had I guess she could have had involvement in that. Is that the reason why that you did this? Like I said, it definitely shows motive right now. But let's go on.
Manhunt promptly ensued.
They are on the trail of an Army recruiter who's accused of killing his wife and running off with his teenage girlfriend.
Her body was found late last month in an abandoned house, and police continue to search for answers in her death.
Authorities say Blofeld is possibly in a 2000 GMC Yukon. He worked as an Army recruiter and is now considered AWOL.
Law enforcement scrambled to locate John and Hannah as quickly as possible. As a former soldier, John was trained in evasion, so authorities knew that this would be a difficult search. Not only that, but John's extensive combat training made him potentially dangerous if cornered. So Simpsonville police decided to contact the U.S. Marshals to help with the manhunt. They started off strong by tracking down footage of John withdrawing cash from an ATM, as well as security footage of John and Hannah shopping together. These locations were in Texas and New Mexico, so it was clear that they were fleeing west. Several license plate readers caught John's vehicle as he navigated the interstate highways. But every time the authorities tried to intercept them, they were too late. On December 12, 2016, the investigators got their first breakthrough when Hannah herself reached out to them from her family's home in Eugene, Oregon. Hannah expressed that she was tired of being on the run and was desperate to come back to Simpsonville. Travel arrangements were made, and Hannah was brought to the Simpsonville Police Department for a second interview.
We are very glad that you're back and that you're safe and that nothing bad happened to you.
Hannah told Detective Schofield that she had romanticized the idea of being on the run and living off the land. But this fantasy was quickly tarnished when John crashed his Yukon in the mountains of the Pacific Northwest. The two had no choice but to get back to civilization by foot.
We said that we would hike. We had to hike, like walk off the mountain basically.
Hannah said that this wasn't even the worst of it. Apparently, the ATM money only got the two so far, and they were forced to beg for change in order to buy food. The detective asked Hannah if John ever mentioned anything about Katie's death, and she immediately began crying. John shared every detail with her.
He told me that the knife broke. What else did he tell you about it? I know it's hard. He told me that the last thing she said was that if he let her go, that she wouldn't call the police. Where were they, Hannah? In your house.
The reality of being stuck on the road with a killer finally began to set in for Hannah. When she didn't express gratitude for John's heinous actions, he immediately became offended and angry.
And he was just crying and screaming and he was saying that he did all that stuff for me, did all that stuff, killed Katie, he was I did that for you, and all that kind of stuff, trying to make me feel like it was my fault.
Hannah admitted that she wasn't completely innocent either. She said that she dropped off John at Katie's PetSmart the day of her murder without realizing what he planned to do. Later that day, when John told Hannah that he had Katie's car, she didn't ask questions and held.
No. Absolutely not, Hannah. No, Hannah. No. Hannah, you are not no victim. You knew what was going down, and I do believe this crazy guy, he did somewhat do that because he did it for you. Don't you sit up here and try to pretend now that you didn't know what was going on. You dropped this guy off at the pet shop the day that she was unalive. You knew what he was doing. You had no problem being on the road, hitching the road, and going with him, knowing that he had unalived his wife. At any time, if you was really not involved with him unaliving his wife, and you would have called the police. Why in the hell would you think it's a good idea to be running around with someone who is so unstable in that way that he will unalive his wife? If he will unalive his wife, you really think that he won't unalive you for any particular reason? And his reasoning behind unaliving his wife doesn't make any sense. If he broke up with his wife and he wasn't with her and he told her that, listen, we can't be together, blah, blah, blah. We tried to rekindle, it didn't work. What was the reason for him unaliving his wife? His wife wasn't even in the house with him anymore. You was living with him, Hannah. You was living with him with the other chick. So he had already shown that he was with you and not her. So again, What made you believe that it was this guy is some fucking catch? Excuse my language, but what made you still believe that this guy is some catch when he didn't have to worry about proving his love to you because he was with you and he kicked his own wife out the house to be with you, right? That he unalived his wife. And then you run across state with this guy. And you think everything is okay. But then now when you started to see that he got that bloodthirst, because that's usually what happens, right? Once you start killing, a lot of people start going through this bloodthirst of they want to continue to kill. They want that high, that adrenaline, their heart is pounding. It starts to be addictive and they start to want to kill again. They start to find reasons in their head why they need to kill somebody again. Now everything offends them, right? And then that's how a murderer can turn into someone who's doing a spree killing, right? Or a serial killer. Because they get in tune with that bloodthirst, all that blood rushing to their head and all their ligaments and stuff. And they like, ooh, I feel invincible in this morning. I feel so alive. And they want to feel that again. So they start making excuses in their head why they need to unalive people for this, why they need to unalive people for that. All of a sudden now, oh, that person looked at me wrong. I need to unalive that people. That's how it goes. Hannah, no, absolutely not. You are not going to sit up here and try to remove yourself as a complete victim. You are more than an accessory. You are complicit. You are a part of him unaliving his wife. I don't like that she did that. I know she's in survival mode now because the heat is on. She just left him, so she's looking at the risk of her life or him trying to take her life because now she's betraying him because she's thinking about herself. So she's got to pin it on thick to the detectives to make herself look like a victim. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. You saw him come through and pick you up with her car, and you ain't saying nothing. You help him put the bags of her body in the car, and you ain't say nothing. Not once did you call 911. Not once did you say, listen, I got involved with a psychopath who killed his wife. Y'all need to come get him. You could have been did that from the beginning. And I don't want to hear, oh, he loved me and he wouldn't do this to me. And that was the reason why that I stayed around him. No, you're not going to just continue to paint yourself as a full victim. I'm not trying to say that you didn't have any dangers with being with him. Of course, ma'am, you're with a murderer. Being with any murderer, whether it's an intimate relationship or not, is dangerous. That person can always flip and turn on you. That's just what it is. But no, you're not going to paint yourself as no damn victim. And I'm glad that she thinks that she's being very honest and forthcoming now to the detectives. And she thinks that that's going to save her, where she's not going to get any time. You're going to get a lot of time. And it's going to be well-deserved because you knew what he did and you didn't tell anyone. You was okay with it. You try to be Thelma and Louise. You try to be Bonnie and Clyde with this dude and go across the states thinking y'all was going to diverge the police for while y'all live like nomads and cross the states and stuff like that. And that's what you was concerned of. You wasn't concerned that this woman lost her life. You wasn't concerned to tell anyone that this woman lost her life. You wasn't concerned when you took her pieces of her body in bags and put it in a fucking abandoned house. Don't sit up here and fix up your face acting like no damn fucking victim. You're not. Let's go on. That really just bothered me real quick because she's sitting up here crying and putting on the waterworks and stuff. Oh, I don't know. He did this and I don't know. And I just can't do it anymore. And girl, bye.
Helped him abandon it in a random parking lot. The detective asked Hannah why she withheld this information during her first interview.
He told me that if I lied to the police, that he would keep me safe.
At this point, the detectives could have easily charged Hannah for lying to the police and for her involvement in covering up Katie's death. However, John was still on the run, and Hannah was a crucial component in locating him.
We're still hunting for John. Okay?
Has John contacted you by Facebook at all since you separated? Or has contacted you by any means at all?
But please don't keep the secret from us. Okay?
Although Hannah seemed receptive to what the detectives were asking of her, something she said earlier in the interview made it unclear which side she was on.
Hello, Ben. How are you doing this evening? Hope you're having a good Saturday.
Hopeful that Hannah would make the right decision, the interview was concluded and she was free to go. Over the next 6 years, the hunt for John saw zero progress. Hannah was interviewed several times during this period, but she had no new information to give. That wasn't until 2022 when Hannah suddenly had a change of heart. During a routine interview, she explained that she was just a kid when all of this started, but now that she was older, she was ready to fully cooperate. She then made this bombshell statement.
We have been talking the whole time.
She told the detectives that back in 2016, when John ran from the authorities, he had actually moved to Oregon. After the move, Hannah and John kept in touch through several messaging apps.
At the very beginning, we were communicating on Facebook Messenger. And then after that, we were talking on Snapchat. Like at first, we were talking every single day, multiple times, like for hours a day. Did anybody know you were still talking to him?
After learning this new information, the Simpsonville Police Department reached out to the U.S. Marshals in Oregon to help find John. They quickly narrowed down their search to an address in Medford. However, there were only 2 people living there, 33-year-old Ben Klein and his 20-something-year-old girlfriend. If you've been paying attention, Ben was the 3rd name on the suspect list that we presented at the beginning of this video. On July 20th, 2022, a fugitive task force was sent to the address to see if John was also staying there. They staked out the property for approximately 18 hours before a man with a ponytail and a beard exited the house. They got out of their undercover vehicle and started walking towards him. As they got closer, they noticed a tattoo on his right forearm.
Bama boy,
It was
that's you?
immediately
How you
obvious
doing,
that
Bama
this was the
boy?
same exact tattoo that was photographed during John's second interview. Law enforcement yelled at him to get down on the ground. He followed their orders, but told them that they had the wrong guy. He adamantly insisted that his name was Ben Klein. But to Ben's surprise, the U.S. Marshals whipped out a mobile fingerprint scanner and were able to quickly confirm that he was, in fact, John Blauvelt. He was taken to the back of a cruiser and transported to the Jackson County Jail. While
Wait, hold on. So this dude, yeah, he was trained well. He was trained well when he served in the military. He literally changed his whole structure of his face by, growing his hair out, the beard. He changed his whole identity. That is crazy. That is really crazy. Wow. I can't believe it. That's crazy because he actually really did look like a whole different other person. He really did with the grown out the hair and the beard. He looked it as this person named Ben Klein. But Ben Klein is actually this guy. Wow. That is wow. Let's see. Oh Lord, hold on. I'm sorry guys. I'm looking at the comments. I'm sorry. I was just getting to your comments so late. My apologies. He wants to eliminate all witnesses. Oh, okay. You like okay. You like African women? That's nice for you. Let's see. Bruce says, absolutely, MJ. You got to remember how you got them. If they cheat with you, they cheat on you. If he killed for you, then he'll kill. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. So this is African women's. They're African, full blood. They're American. Yes, full blood American, bro. Full blood American. Terry, how are you? How are you doing today? It's good to see you. Good to see you, sir. I hope you're having a great Saturday. Sorry I didn't see your comments earlier. My apologies. Let's see. Oh yeah, MJ, nothing but time. If not, I'll be surprised. She should have told the truth when she first. Yeah, she should have told the truth from the beginning, right? She should have told the. Let's see, get her MJ. We're not falling for that. No, no, absolutely not. Let's see. Look, yeah, he looks totally different. Totally different. That's crazy. He even lost some weight. Oh, he definitely looks like a Klein. I'm sure his. Oh man, now he has 6 years on them. Right? Yeah. I thought so too, Sean. I thought Ben was hiding John, but apparently, Ben is his alter ego, right? A whole different identity. Let's go on. Let's finish this out.
Extradition to South Carolina was pending. Later that day, John's girlfriend came home from work and asked the marshal at the scene what was going on. She was clueless about John's dark past. Remember that clip we showed you earlier? The fact that John had lied to her for their entire relationship was earth-shattering.
So he's being arrested on charges out of South Carolina for murder.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I can't believe any of this. This is like a nightmare. I'm sorry. We've been together for like 6 years. He would do random odd jobs. He was basically here watching my cats and my dog all the time.
The earnest Ben Klein she once knew and loved was no more. Now 33 years old, John was taken to a South Carolina jail and charged with murder and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. 3 months later, in October of 2022, Hannah was charged with 5 felonies. 2 counts of concealment of a felony, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, and 1 count of accessory after the fact. Both of them were denied bond, so they remained behind bars awaiting their trials. When the news broke about John's arrest, Katie's family spoke to the media.
Even though he's caught, it's still hard to talk about. Because losing your child, I mean, losing a member of the family is hard, but losing your child is just unbearable. When he just disappeared off the face of the map, and you know, months turned into years, and now 5.5 years, you do lose hope, and you just got to find something to hold on to. But then getting that call yesterday, I'm still shaking. It was just the most amazing phone call I've ever gotten. It won't bring Katie back. It won't bring my daughter back. But knowing her murderer is finally caught, the only day it's going to be better when they find him guilty. That will be the best day.
John's trial began in September of 2024. The prosecution suggested that John resented Katie for leaving him and telling the police about his violent threats. He had a dream of killing her for months until he finally decided to make that dream a reality. They provided plenty of evidence with this claim, including a journal that the U.S. Marshals found after arresting John. And at the bottom of one of these pages, in large all-caps font, he wrote, "I did it." However, the defense claimed that this journal was filled with poetry and fantasies, but that's all they were. They said that in reality, John had nothing to do with Katie's murder, but law enforcement had tunnel vision on him from the start. The only reason John fled the state was because he realized that he was the prime suspect and was scared of being wrongfully convicted. They mentioned that there were several other people who should have been investigated, such as the ones who discovered her body, Ricky Hargrove and Wayne Roper, or the several men that Katie had dated around that time.
Okay, so I see where the defense is working at. They're right? There were 2 men that found her body in the abandoned house. Why was you in the abandoned house? And before you notified the police that there was a body there, what did you do to it, right? I understand that. But the thing about it is, even if there was supposed to question those 2 individuals to pretty much cancel them out, even if she was dating after her marriage went down, went sour, there's no DNA of those people that she dated. I think by this time, we're already 2 to 3 years in. There has been no DNA found with those guys who found the body, right? And called 911 to let them know that it was someone in an abandoned house. There is a reason why that they continue to lead with the husband. And I know the DA, they have to do their job to make their client seem innocent, but if he was really innocent, he wouldn't have run. He wouldn't have to run. If he was really innocent, him and the other girl, one of the minor girls that he was dealing with, wouldn't have to skedaddle across fucking country. Y'all went from East Coast all the way to the Midwest, all the way to the West Coast, back to the freaking Midwest. Why was you doing all this running for if you're innocent? And that's what the prosecutor, they're going to lead with. They're going to lead that their movements, his behavior from the first initial interrogation, even his accomplice, her movement and her behavior from the first interview to what she ended up confessing to from the second one, all of that is going to play to the part where the prosecutor can say that they are confident that the first lead that they went across was the correct lead, and that every other lead would have went down to a dead end. So I understand what the DA for the client is trying to do, but it's not going to work in this case because your client did too many acts of a person who is guilty and not of a innocent, concerned, distressed husband who just lost his wife in a brutal way. He acted as if he knew what was going on. He was involved. He helped. He wasn't concerned that she was gone. It was good riddance. He was even laughing and cutting up jokes in the first interrogation like something was funny. And then he was even concerned whether or not if he was going to get charged with anything from the first interview. So I understand their approach. That's the only approach that they could take with this particular type of client, but they're going to fail miserably. They're going to fail. Absolutely. They're going to fail. Sean said, got a nerve to have him on his uniform. Right. Exactly. If you ain't guilty, we won't run. No, exactly. You don't run. MJ, he's allowed to have the uniform on. Didn't he go MIA? That was a clip from when they was giving him the interrogation. He should not have his uniform on right now going to trial, because if he's going to if he's going to a civilian trial within the civilian courts, because this is a civilian issue, he shouldn't even be in uniform. He's not going across a military trial. He's not having a military trial. He's not in front of military jurors and judges. He's not standing across the board, so he shouldn't be in uniform. And if he was in uniform, if that was the case, if it was a military setting, he would be in his dress blues. He wouldn't be in his utility uniform. That's what we call them. They could have smelled a foul odor in the area. Yes. But let's see. I guess they have these guys who picked up her body or notified that her body was at the abandoned house. They have them on as witnesses. Let's hear it. Let's see what they have to say.
The prosecution's star witness was Hannah Thompson, who said that back when this crime had occurred in 2016, she would have done anything for John.
You love John a little bit.
Yes.
You helped him find Katie's car after he killed her.
Yes.
You didn't know he killed her that time,
No.
but you did help him.
Yes.
She told the court that John used to have her spy on Katie to see who she was dating. During her testimony, the prosecution showed low-quality surveillance footage from Joe's Auto in Greenville, South Carolina. Hannah claimed that in the distance, John can be seen abandoning Katie's vehicle and getting into his own. Hannah was the getaway driver.
That was you on that picture?
Yes.
In those cars?
And the Prius, yes.
She told the court that once they fled the state, John began sharing every detail of the murder with her.
He had told me that he killed her. He told me that he stabbed her in the neck. He said that he threw her phone into water that was on the ground in the abandoned house. And he said that he had to cover up her blood with dirt
During cross-examination, the defense suggested that Hannah's word shouldn't be trusted because of her inconsistencies over the years.
You've lied to your friends and your family,
Yes.
and you kept lying.
Yes.
In total, the prosecution called 17 witnesses to the stand, including John's former roommate, Allie Summers.
So even within that, Bruce, that's going to be a problem for the prosecutors. But I know they're going to prevail. I have a good inkling that they're going to prevail. But she has already shown that she is a liar. She has already shown that she will lie to protect herself, right? She will say whatever she needs to do to remove herself from actually just being a bystander that saw this happen, and also a potential victim from this guy. So with that, the defense attorney is going to harp on that she is not of moral standing or integrity. So why should we believe that anything that she's saying now is the truth, outside of not trying to add on any more charges than what she's being charged with? Like, at this point, she will sell her own sister if she can get out of jail. So that's what they're going to harp on in the trial. They're going to the defense attorney is going to knock it down, because she was called for the prosecutors. If y'all don't understand that right now, the reason why she is up there, she was called from the prosecutors to talk about what she confessed and everything that he has told her in reference of what happened with his wife. The defense is going to automatically cut her down to size that you have lied before, you was interviewed before and you lied and you stopped the interview and left. You went across seas with him, you helped him. You was now, it's been confirmed that you was the getaway car for him when he dumped off her car. You knew that was her car. You knew that she wasn't there. You didn't say anything about it. You never called 911. You never got police involved. You never feared from your life the whole entire time when you went and picked him up when he dumped off her car, when y'all went traveling across states and to different states to hide out from the police. You was not in fear of your life. You wasn't concerned about the wife, and you didn't call 911 when you even found the information about it. So they're going to use all that to say that she's not credible and that we cannot take everything that she says as the honest to God truth, or whether or not she doesn't have that much involvement in it. You know, even the DA will probably even take the stance that she could possibly have inflicted harm on the wife as well. It wasn't only him. Remember, he said earlier from the first interview, when he supposedly was supposed to be getting rid of towels and putting it in a bag and throwing it away, he said that he had help. There was, I think, her or somebody else helped him clean up the mess. So he admitted that there was somebody else that helped them. I don't know. It's that would be touchy for the prosecutors. It could hurt the prosecutors, but not as much as they think it's going to. I know the defense really think that that's going to be the aha moment in this situation. It's not going to be the aha moment, because as of right now, she knows she's getting charged with something. She was already charged with 5 different things. Whether she wants to do the right thing now or whether she wants to stick it to him because of putting her in this situation, we have to, time will tell. But either way, she knows that she's not going home. So why would she have to lie right now? There is no plea for her. She was already convicted of 5 crimes of her involvement with this situation. There's no plea deal on the table for her to say something that would give her a lesser time than what's coming to her. So right now, anything that she says is just to help the prosecutors to get the suspect, the husband, charged with first-degree murder. But I understand that the defense has to do what they have to do, even though it's a losing case. It looks we know it's a losing case, but just looking at it, if this was a trial and I was just looking at it from the first time and not knowing the backstory, it looks like a losing case. She be lying. Yeah, she does. Hi, some trippy. He says she looks like a liar. How can you hear that and not immediately call the cops? Right, Lord. Exactly. Never trust. Oh my God, Lord. Hey, Miss Jalen, how you doing, sweetheart? How you doing? Everybody was missing you. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. You had some good resting. MJ, you and Allie. Who's Allie? Southern? Who's Allie? Let's go on.
Somerville. Apparently, John once told her that he was born to kill both good and bad people. He also convinced Allie and her friends that Katie was trying to stop them from hanging out with each other. At one point, John had a to-do list on the fridge. At the top of the list, it said, "Get rid of Katie." Allie also claimed that John had approached her one day asking her if she wanted to go to Charleston for the weekend.
Did there come a point during this time period when he mentioned something to you about Charleston?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks what he mentioned about Charleston, please.
So John asked me if I wanted to go to Charleston.
Oh, you done
like for a weekend.
baking?
And I was like,
Okay.
yeah, I love Charleston. Why do you want me to go to Charleston? Like, it's like a weird question to ask. And he said, well, I want you to take my car and my credit card and my phone and go to Charleston, spend as much money as you want, and then come back, in a couple days. And I said, why? And he said, because I'm going to kill Katie.
In exchange for helping him with his...
Now, Southern, I know it's Saturday. Did you have your wine yet, ma'am? I do not look nothing like this woman. Southern, I don't look nothing like this woman. What's going on, Southern? I don't look nothing like this woman. I ain't saying she ugly or anything, nothing like that. I think she's attractive, but I don't look nothing like this woman, Southern. You've been drinking that wine. Southern. You've been drinking that wine, Southern. It's okay. Oh, you coloring your hair now? That's good. No, Southern, I can't. No, I don't. I don't see it. Southern. I don't. Let's see. MJ looks nothing like. Oh, Bruce, thank you, Brucey. I truly appreciate you. I think Allie's attractive. I think she's a beautiful woman. I just don't look nothing like her. I think you know what it is. You probably thinking about the cheekbones, maybe. I don't know. I don't see it, Southern. I really don't see it. I don't see it. Okay, let's go on a little bit. Southern been having that wine. Which wine you drinking, Southern?
Alibi. He told Allie that he would give her half of Katie's $100,000 life insurance payout, a bribe that was offered to several other witnesses as well. To end off the trial, each side gave their closing arguments.
On October the 24th of 2016, John Blauvelt plunged a knife 6 inches into the body of his wife, Katie Blauvelt. He went on the run with a 17-year-old girlfriend, and he stayed gone, living as a guy named Ben for 2,086 days. John Blauvelt did not hesitate when he plunged that knife into Katie Blauvelt's neck. And you should not hesitate in finding him guilty.
Yeah, I don't think I look like her, John Q.
But you don't have to take Hannah Thompson's word for it. You don't have to take Allie Somerville's word for it. You don't have to take Investigator Moorcraft, Investigator Schofield, or even my word for it, because you can take his words for it. An entry with the capitalized letters at the end.
Ooh, pineapple and apple juice?
Did it.
I understand why the Simpsonville Police Department
Not the Jack Black.
with their
Brucey.
first thought. It's a small municipality police department. They only have 3 investigators. And they're dealing with a crime of this magnitude. There's information coming in from all over the place. And if you can go ahead and decide what the answer is, all of the other information that doesn't fit that is a distraction, and you can ignore it. And for them, the answer was John did it. And that's exactly how you get tunnel vision. It's also putting Hannah Thompson up on the witness stand. She told her 11th different version of events during this trial. But that's okay. You can forget the lies. Just ignore the lies and believe the parts that implicate John. Reasonable doubt is going to be anything that you've heard in this trial that causes you to hesitate to go into that tunnel with them. If law enforcement had kept an open mind and done an investigation that looks at all of the evidence and then follows it through to its natural conclusions and actually track down that evidence and talk to witnesses and follow the evidence where it goes, we wouldn't be here. We're here because of tunnel vision. Do not follow them into that tunnel. Find John.
Yeah, the DA is a wrap, buddy. That was not a strong enough closing argument. It doesn't even make any sense. You literally try to blame tunnel vision of the police officers, solely focusing on John as to reason why they don't know who really unalived his wife. When all this particular type of evidence that popped up, even now seeing the calendar of saying take out Katie, who the hell, like, why would you write a calendar and that says take out Katie? That's your handwriting. They could show and prove whether or not if that was your handwriting. And there was so many other evidence that leads to him being involved with her death. That is not going to fly. That's not going to fly. What he's trying to do right now, he's trying to make the jury, like, that's his point, not to focus on the evidence, not to focus on what was found or what was presented in discovery, not to focus that this man fled, with this girl, not to also focus on the details that his accomplice said that she was willing to tell now, since she gave herself up, and she's already been convicted. She has nothing to lose at this point. Like I said, there is no plea deal for this woman. Whatever she's getting, whatever she's got convicted for, that's what she's getting convicted for. There's no plea deal for her. So with all that being said, for them to try to tell the jury, scratch all that, leave all that, don't focus on any of that. Just focus on the fact that this woman's body was found by two people in an abandoned house, and not once did they get, interrogated, interviewed, or samples of their DNA was taken. They just took their word as gold and said, hey, we found a woman's body in this abandoned house, and that was it, right? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I understand why he's pivoting that way, but the evidence is too strong for that to work. He is not creating enough doubt for the jury to be convinced that her husband, John, did not have any involvement of unaliving his wife, Kate. It's just not going to work. Let's see. It's a pretty good if you like whiskey. Oh, yeah, that blackjack, that whiskey. Sean said he lives in Oregon with that lady for 6 years and never had a job. Just did odd jobs and watched her dogs and cats. She didn't get suspicious from that. That's a good one, Sean. The GTA said, my guy looks like a Ken doll. He does look like a Ken doll, though. Let's go on. He does look like he came out of the Barbie movie a little bit.
Not guilty. Thank you.
On September 20th, 2024, after a 4-day trial and 5 hours of deliberations, the jury had reached their verdict.
As to the charge of murder, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, John T. Lavelle, guilty.
John's sentencing took place that same day, and Katie's family was given the opportunity to read their victim impact statements.
The middle of my heart is gone. My middle child, Katie, was ripped away. My heart will never heal. Instead of bleeding blood, my heart will forever bleed tears. I will always cry for Katie. John murdered my future. My future of watching happiness with Katie grows to be a wonderful person and having a future family. It's gone. Allie said John put trash in that box. John put Katie in that box. Katie was not trash. Katie was a gift from God.
Her loss in our lives is profound and permanent. John Blauvelt was a coward. He evaded responsibility. He showed no remorse. He mocked the law. He continued to blame Katie. We ask that you send a message that domestic violence and murder will not be tolerated in South Carolina. I ask that you send a profound and permanent message by sentencing John Tufton Blauvelt to life in prison. Thank you.
The judge responded to Katie's family, saying that he hoped this sentence would bring them some closure. He also condemned John for his actions before handing down his sentence.
I hope that while you are incarcerated, that you will reflect on the choices that you have made and the impact that has occurred on everyone in this that's been involved in this case. The law in its wisdom provides consequences. And the consequences in this case for the charge of murder are that you spend the rest of your life incarcerated with the South Carolina Department of Corrections without the possibility of parole.
John is currently appealing his conviction. He is serving his sentence at the McCormick Correctional Institution in South Carolina. As for Hannah Thompson, her trial is pending, so she is currently behind bars in a South Carolina jail.
That was a real sad case. And like, what an idiot. What a stupid little dirtbag, right? Serve him right. I don't feel bad that he got life in prison. You deserve life in prison. You deserve life in prison. You got mad at your wife because you wanted to basically cheat in her face and you didn't want her to say anything about it. And then you wanted to cheat not with women of your age. You wanted to pretty much take advantage of underage girls. And you thought that she was just going to let that slide. And because she left you and because she notified the police that you were dealing with underage girls, you felt that you had to take her out. If you cared about your career in the military, if you cared about your reputation, if you cared about all of that, you would have never behaved in the way that you were behaving. But you didn't care about that. That is not this woman's fault. You had no right to take this woman's life. And it's sad because, you know, she trusted you and she married you and she wanted to be with you and you took advantage of that. And look what happened. You literally discarded her like she was nothing. And that's terrible. No parent should have to deal with that. No parent should have to experience that. No one. And I would say the same thing if it was on the on the opposite side for men too. Like, I wish people would stop doing these type of crimes and stop doing things like this to individuals. But we know that it's human nature, it's a part of human nature. Still no excuse for it, but we try to do the best that we can by trying to give no justice. I mean, at the end of the day, there is really no justice. The person's not living anymore. They can't live their life. They can't grow. They can't have no family. They can't see their family or their children have their own family and grow. So is it really a win? No. But we try to do the best that we possibly can to create whatever type of justice that we can possibly create while we're on this good earth, right? We try to. Let's see. Sean says, since it happened while he was active duty, do he still get it? Oh, he's been discharged. Yeah, he's definitely been discharged, Sean. Definitely. Once they convicted him of that, he's gone. He's gone. Once he was convicted of first-degree murder and it had to be a trial, they gave that all to the local officials. That had no longer had nothing to do with the military. They definitely discharged them. She got her life snatched from her messing with the old creep. Yeah. I mean, court-martial from the military. No, he's gone. They probably remember he was already under investigation for dealing with underage girls. So I think that the process, one of the reasons why he hid out and he changed his whole identity and grew out his beard and his what's the name is because he was no longer in the military. That means that they already came to their decision and decided to discharge him off of that case with dealing with underage girls. That police report, they did that. So when he's in trial right now, while him being in trial, he's not in the military. He's not in the military at all, because if he was still in the military, like I said, it would not be in a regular court setting. It would be a military court. It would be a whole different setup. It would be a military judge. So we could tell that he was no longer a part of the military, and that's why he is being dealt with the regular local judicial court. That was a very interesting one. It was also sad too. It's very, very sad. Very, very sad. All right. So I have, oh my God, wait, hold on. What? Not you giving recipes for brownies. What in the world? I mean, it is Saturday though, right? It is Saturday. It is Saturday. All right. So make sure you're hitting the like button for me, guys. I truly appreciate it. If you like this commentary, share this out to anyone who enjoy it. If you don't like it, please hit the down button. It's okay. It all helps the channel. It keeps me in the algorithm. So I do have another case for you good folks, and we're going to get into it. So this one is a little short, but I thought that we need to look at it. Okay. So this is a case about Maria Pike. All right. This is a trigger warning. Okay. It has to do with child endangerment. So the things that you might see in this case or this video, if I'm giving you a trigger warning, if you don't want to see anything like that, please go ahead and go watch something else, tune out, go read a book, go finish cooking, do cleaning, wherever you have to do, okay? I will completely understand. But I do want to go over this case. So let me go ahead and pull this one up and we'll get this started. Oh, hell no. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, let's go on. Let me share my screen. All right, and here we go.
And we don't want that baby to get hurt. That's all we care about, okay? We don't want that baby to get hurt. Do you want the baby to get hurt?
Hey, come over here. What the f*** are you doing?
My baby!
Listen.
I
They're gonna take care of her, make sure that
Right now, you need to pull your together for your daughter.
Go. Whoa!
When two officers respond to a report of a physical domestic disturbance, they have no idea that they're taking their final steps toward one of the most horrifying police encounters ever documented. The police department releases an edited body cam to the public, but it's only now that the full story of this bleak
Not the
tragedy
Delilah
can be
woman.
told.
Brucey, go in the corner.
Yep, I'm with her. You go with the baby. Okay.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. On November 7th, 2024, two officers with the Independence, Missouri Police Department respond to an apartment complex for a domestic disturbance.
Are you involved in this?
That's my wife.
Okay.
I just dropped her off to go get some gas, and I guess they beat her up.
Okay.
Is that person involved?
This is my husband.
No, is that person involved?
No, not that person. No.
Okay.
No, I'm involved.
Okay. What's going on?
I called my son and asked him if it's okay for me to come up here to see my granddaughter.
The officers determine after speaking to the woman that she's been assaulted, and they go up to the apartment to investigate.
5. It's 5. Okay.
The officers wait to speak with the occupants, Mitchell Holder and Maria Pike, not yet knowing that they are only minutes away from a moment of shocking violence with irreversible consequences. But this isn't the Independence Police Department's first encounter with Maria, who called 911 2 weeks earlier to report that her infant daughter was not breathing.
Fell asleep on her baby? What the f***?
Stop the bleeding.
Yeah. Where's she? Gurgling a little bit from her mouth.
16 months, please. I couldn't sleep on her.
Okay, look, you're gonna go to the hospital.
6:43. You've got.
Again, guys, I'm going to say trigger warning, trigger warning. Do y'all see how big that fucking knife she had in her hand? Holy shit. Now, in that situation, if I hate to say this, but in that situation, if the cop had to go pew pew real quick, I wouldn't feel that bad. Did you see how long that knife was? Okay. All right, the knife was equivalent to the Reaper, like the thing that he holds. Okay, that's how that shit looked. That shit was humongous, and she literally had it directed at the police officer as if they were going to do it. Now, obviously, I don't know, but it seems like this woman has. We know this woman has issues going on. We don't know if it's a mental breakdown. We don't know if it's drug affiliated, but we do know that she has an issue where she seems to be harming her children, right? Or putting her children in very dangerous situations. There is no way that you are laying on top of your child or an infant unless I know some people don't have bassinets depending on the situation. I get it. I understand that, right? But I just find that very weird that 2 weeks ago you quote unquote laid on your child and your child wasn't breathing, and then now they had to administer emergency CPR on your baby outside, and then now they're called back 2 weeks later. You, I guess, assaulted one of your family members, your mother maybe or somebody, and that you're sitting there on a bed, and this is going off of what I saw. You're sitting there on a bed with a baby in one hand and a big ass knife in the other. I don't know. That looks kind of crazy to me. Okay? I'm just saying. I'm just paying. But let's go on. That shit was crazy. Oh my goodness.
Control coming out now.
But she's breathing.
Gurgling, maybe kind of sit a little more forward. Okay. Baby's crying. Pull her head forward. Okay. Is there anything there?
No, I had mouth to mouth. Thank God.
She's scared. She's scared. Hold on. He's got to look inside. Okay, back to the throat.
I don't know. What is Joanne?
Hey, ROB kit.
Why is he bleeding?
Yes, exactly.
As the medics tend to Maria and her baby, additional officers respond to the scene.
I don't know. I hope not, but somebody had to call.
Hey, ma'am. Hey. Look, baby's here doing good. What's her name?
What?
What's her name?
Little tiny baby. She fell asleep on it. He's breathing. Got some blood coming out his nose.
Gasping a little bit. I looked inside. I didn't see it obstructed. And the airway I saw, but I couldn't tell if it was further down. I'm not sure. So. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hey, ma'am.
Let's get him in the back.
You got her, ma'am.
I got her. Hey, I need you to let go.
We need you to stay here. We're gonna do some things, okay?
Ma'am,
okay.
Ma'am, let's get some information.
We got to talk to you, okay?
Let's get some information. There, we'll get it from you.
Yeah,
What's your name? Okay, hold on, ma'am.
Wait here.
They're not taking her away. They're helping her. We're gonna get you to her, okay?
There is
Just
nothing
wait.
you can do right now except talk to us, okay?
Do you have a camp back there?
No, I'm sleeping back there. I just have my boyfriend.
You gotta stay still and talk to them. You have
Said she was asleep in the woods.
She was over here in Hartsville. Yeah.
Hey, come over here. What the are you doing?
Yeah. There's nothing you can do. Let them do their thing.
And we're gonna take this.
Hey, ma'am. You gotta talk, okay? What happened?
Don't sleep on her.
Okay.
The officer takes Maria's knife, ominously foreshadowing the tragedy that will unfold on November.
Why she have a knife on her? Why is it? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, so this is not reading well for me, right? You said that you fell asleep on your baby. You're completely dressed. You're so dressed that not only do you have your belt on, you was able to clip on your knife. The same knife that I guess in this new situation that we're about to watch, you had in one hand with the baby in another. You're fully clothed. So like, when did you sleep on this baby and when did she stop breathing? Because a lot of that is not making sense now. You're not even dressed as someone who like, oh my God, I made a mistake and I slept on my baby. No, you are fully clothed. Fully clothed. You had enough time where you was able to put your knife on your belt that they have to remove it. So now I don't even believe her story about sleeping on the baby and her calling like immediately when she realized that the baby wasn't breathing. I don't believe that at all. I think now that she could possibly have done that on purpose, stop the baby from bleeding, had a moment of clarity that she might not get out of this shit. So now she needs to call EMS and for them to help her, and then she's gonna make up the story that she slept on the baby. They were in the woods, sleeping in the woods. What the fuck? Why were you sleep? Why was you in the woods? Why? Let me go on. I'm getting pissed off. I'm getting really pissed off. And who the hell is that fat? Let me go.
November 7th. Meanwhile, other officers inspect her wooded campsite.
Got a little shack or a little ramshackle camp. It's posted, so I mean, hopefully they take this kid away from her. Nah, probably not. Living out here in a. They'll call her and they'll do one of those sit-down meeting things and call it a day.
Out at the road, the EMTs are concerned that Maria may have had a more active role in harming her baby.
Hey, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Did you hit her in the face at all in any way?
No,
like trying to help her or anything like that?
No.
Could you have accidentally struck her in the face?
No. When I was just
We're just trying to
keep her on this side of the road.
From where?
I put her nose, her mouth. I was trying to resuscitate her. Please don't leave.
Or what?
Blowing, I'm squeezing her. I was shaking her, trying to wake her up.
Did she say she was shaking?
Yes.
Slightly shaking, yes.
Let's take a seat.
But if Maria's composure is tenuous, it's only when the ambulance begins pulling away with her baby that she loses control.
My baby!
Listen. They're gonna take care of her, make sure that she's healthy, okay? She has to go to the hospital.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen. Mariah. Hey, Mariah.
I'm so sorry.
It is fine. What's important right now is your baby's going to the hospital, okay? Okay? Listen to me. Listen to my words. Hey, let go of this car because they're going to go towards your daughter, okay? Let's let go of this car. Okay, let's let go of this car, Mariah. You need to let go of this, kid. You're all fine. Stop.
Unfortunately, the officer's assurances don't make it any easier to get information from the distraught mother.
Hey, right now, you need to pull your together for your daughter. I know you are. So, hey, we need to try to get a hold of your dad so we can figure this out. What is your dad's name? Mariah.
If you don't, it can be somebody else.
Her eyes are fucking.
Yeah, this woman is not wrapped too tight. She is definitely she's definitely having mental problems, mental issues. Whether or not if she's under some form of substance, they will know. I can't really tell because the camera's not really on her face, so I can't really even look at her eyes, but she's not there. She's not there at all. And what are you sorry? A lot of you said it in the chat. What are you sorry about? Right? Like, I mean, I understand if you felt like you really did an accident, but what happened that makes it even more clear to me that she did do something to harm that baby is when the EMT came up to her and asked her, did you strike that baby in the face? Now, I don't know. I mean, I'm a certified EMT, all right? I went and got certified to be an EMT. And I am trained in CPR for adults, children, you name it, right? I don't know what procedure was she doing when you were trying to do CPR or resuscitate an infant. I don't know what was she doing that it seemed like the baby's face was striped or something. It was hit. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. And even if you was doing CPR, when you're dealing with an infant, you cannot do CPR as if the same way you do an adult. Their rib cage is way softer than a adult, and literally you don't even need that much force to actually do CPR on a baby. You literally can do it with 2 fingers. Will give you just enough force to help pump up that get the heart starting again. And then if it comes down to breathing, a baby's face is small. It doesn't take a lot to cover a baby's face for you to actually force breathe, give forced breaths to the baby. So again, how did you hit her? Why would she have a mark on her face? And you saying that you're trying to resuscitate her? I don't understand what she was doing. But I will say this, that all this that she's doing right now, that's all game. That is all game. It's not sincere at all. It's really not sincere at all. Sean says, sorry for what? What is she apologizing for? Mental health is real. I agree. She's homeless, I think. She could be homeless. I mean, if she's staying out there in that way. Let's see. Resuscitation, she was beating that baby. Yeah, it seems so. No, she's homeless. Just a little cray-cray. Yeah. Right. I was going to say you only need 2 fingers. You cover her mouth and nose and the tiny breaths to keep. Yes, exactly. Exactly. The baby's bleeding, though. The baby is bleeding. Man, listen. I'm getting fired up, guys. I'm getting fired up. Let's go on.
She's high. Bad drugs combined with postpartum combined shock.
The Holy Trinity.
The cops go through Maria's belongings and get some information about her daughter before making plans about what to do next.
This is probably the kid. Destiny Colbert. Yeah, Destiny is the kid's name. It was in her phone.
Yeah, we're going to take the kiddo into protective custody. Sit on the kid until DFS gets there. Trying to figure out. I called Heiniger. He's wanting a little bit more information.
I mean,
it sounds like if she's not talking.
She's just completely just shut down. I mean, just nothing.
Maria is taken to the hospital for a psychiatric hold, and baby Destiny is placed with a foster family for the night. 1 week later, 2 officers head out to the apartment where Maria is staying to check on the baby's well-being.
Who is it? Police department.
Okay, what do you want?
We're just coming to check on your daughter, I believe.
She's fine.
Okay, well, Children's Division asked us to come check on her.
Okay.
Can we just see her real quick, that way we can get out of here?
Do you have a warrant?
Maria, we're not here. Nobody's in trouble. We just need to check on
I do,
Destiny.
Sean. I really do.
This is ridiculous.
For the record, you're being recorded.
Okay, you're being recorded too. We just need to see the kid.
Because what they're doing is illegal. They're trying to take all my parental rights and I have full custody. I have the paperwork. You want to see the paperwork?
Just need to see the kid.
Just real quick.
Okay, don't step in.
See her real quick.
I'm already triggered.
You can bring it right to
Drill
here.
in, okay?
Thank you.
Honey, can you just bring it right here? She's gonna be staying here with her dad.
Who's her dad? You're the father?
Hello.
Okay. Appreciate it. You guys got food and everything, diapers?
Yeah, it's gonna have badge numbers and names.
The officers give her their badge numbers and leave, but it's only 5 short days later that police are called out to Maria's door once again. this time by a social worker who says the couple is not responding.
So the baby is in the house. I believe the parents are inside.
Okay.
They are not opening the door. They have mental concerns.
So what are you wanting from us?
Is there a way that we could try to open the door?
The police say that isn't an option, but they go along with her to knock on the apartment. It's November 6th, 2024, only one day before Maria and Destiny's story reaches its unimaginable conclusion.
They are in there because.
Okay. So in this situation, it seems that they have not one, not two, not three, not four. They have a history with this woman in reference of this girl, of this child. I do not understand why haven't the courts done the right thing and removed this child from her parents' possession. There's too many instances where the child is a wellness check needs to be done, and they were supposed to be keeping up with their social worker, and they're not doing that. It's real concern about this child. So I don't understand, why is this child still in the possession of these parents? Even the social worker right here can tell you that these parents have mental concerns. They have mental issues. I understand that in a lot of cases, just because a parent might be going through a hard time, whether it's some form of trauma, drug addiction and stuff like that, but we have to think about the well-being of the kid. And I understand kids in these systems, they be going through hell and beyond. A lot of them don't have happy ending stories when they end up in these systems. And I know that the courts and everyone try to do the best that they can for them to be in a better situation that they wasn't able to get with their parents. But I don't know. Things like this, it bothers me because there's so many kids that should have actually really been taken away, or look for other family members or somebody who would want to take them in, if temporary, or even if you have to pay them or give them some form of income to take on this extra child for them to be in a better situation. I wish that would have happened, because it's like, how many situations how many situations does the baby have to go through for you to say, you know what? It's not working out. We gave the parents a chance. It seems like they cannot do what they need to do and get on the right track for their children. So now we have to think about the best interest of the child. And especially if something is coming off as a warning that this child's life is in danger, then when are we going to do the right thing? There's no reason why this woman, 5 times the police have to be called on this woman in reference of the well-being of this child, and this child is still in her possession. It's no way that the social worker has an understanding that the mom and the father probably have mental issues or drug issues, and that the child is still in their possession. I'm not understanding it, and we have to do better with this. I'm not all for going in there, kicking in the door, waving the 4-4, and snatching people's kids away from them willy-nilly. I'm not for that at all, right? I'm not for that at all. But when you have clear signs that something is going on, and it seems that the calls are coming in for the well-being of the child, because the child is, nobody's know if the child's okay. Nobody know if the child's eating. Wounds or bruises are being found on the child. When you have clear evidence that something's wrong, where the child is being hurt and affected in that way, do something about it. Do something about it. It should not continue to go down like this. It's just sad. It's just really, it's sad. I can't believe the police can't open the door for a welfare check. That has to be changed. God forbid if they hurt that baby, because the police can't forcibly enter. I mean, tell you the truth, listen, police forcibly enter every other fucking time. They don't even have to do nothing with children. So I don't know. Let's see. Me too, something. I have a huge soft spot for babies. I couldn't have kids. And it infuriates me that, oh, I'm sorry, Brucey. I'm so sorry about that.
They just let two homeless
I appreciate it.
come out. I was sitting right there while she was out there. And my son opened the door and then shut the door on my face.
I mean, unfortunately, I'm not saying that they're making good decisions, but they're allowed to have who they see fit in their house.
About a week ago, they actually, the baby got into our custody because mom ran out of the house because of the domestic violence concern. And mom kind of mentioned it, but then she pulled it back and she was downplaying it. And
the baby's still in your custody?
No, so we brought the baby back to them.
Okay.
Neither Mitchell nor Maria opened the door, and almost exactly 24 hours later, Talisa calls 911 to report that Maria assaulted her. The police show up again, but this time, Mitchell lets them inside.
Did you do something illegal? No. Okay. So can we come and talk about what's going on?
I accept your terms. What's up?
The two officers enter the apartment, where they find Maria in the bedroom closet with Destiny in her arms.
Hi there. What's your name? Can you come out here, please? Please. I got her in the closet. I don't know what happened because I was in the... Are you okay? So I can't tell you. Are you hurt? Okay. Can we put the baby down, come in here and talk and figure out what's going on?
As the officers try to coax Maria out of the closet, other cops begin racing to the scene.
Just say one of the officers is working in here that responded to that call. She said the last time she was contacted, she had a large knife and a knife holder attached to her belt.
With that unsettling warning coming over the radio, they prepare for what they're walking into.
They're both off, by the way. He gets SSI. Yes. Like he has to have a baby. And they have an infant. They have a baby. This is the problem.
That is super concerning.
Yes.
Unfortunately, if there was anything these two could have done to change the nightmarish course of events to follow, they simply don't get there in time.
44 is able to make a connection to resolve this.
Who is 44?
That would be Heather. Hang on, can you stay right here, please? You gonna give her to the baby? Okay.
We just want to help out, and we don't want that baby to get hurt. That's all we care about, okay? We don't want that baby to get hurt. Do you want the baby to get hurt? That's okay. I don't speak sign language. I got the first one. I don't get the rest of it.
Hey Mitchell, does she speak or is it sign language only?
It's only sign language. What can you tell us what she's saying?
She writes something down so I can talk to her sometimes.
Are you able to understand what I say? Can you understand me? Yes or no? You understand me?
She's not from this continent, born-wise.
Does she understand what I'm saying, though? You would know. I mean, does she understand you when you talk?
Sometimes.
I feel like
So this is what I'm saying. Like, something is wrong. They was just dealing with this woman 24 hours ago. They were just dealing with this woman a couple of days ago. She was talking fine. Now all of a sudden, she doesn't speak, and she's speaking in sign language. There's a problem here. Like, there is a big ass red flag that's going on in the room, and nobody's acknowledging that. No one's acknowledging that. Brucey, wherever you feel is inappropriate, you can do what you have to do, Mr. Brucey. You know I trust your guidance, sir. You know I trust your guidance. But she was just speaking literally 24 hours ago. Now all of a sudden she's speaking sign language. I'm sorry. No. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Really, really, really wrong. And it seems that she thinks that this time that, and this is probably what triggered her to react, because she seems that this time she feels that they're going to definitely take the kid away from her. So she's on the defense. That's why she was hiding out in the closet with the baby. She really doesn't want the baby to be taken away at this point. I don't know if she's under any type of form of drugs. I'm thinking that she is. I'm thinking that she's off her meds. That's what I'm getting from her, because for some particular reason, she feels that somebody is trying to take the baby from her, that she's unfit, and everybody's there to take the baby from her. I mean, they wouldn't be wrong, right? They wouldn't be wrong, but that's what is leading all this aggressiveness with her, because she doesn't want that to happen. And she doesn't want that to happen. But this is weird. Now she's not talking. Now she can't speak. Now she speaks sign language out of nowhere within 24 hours. She wasn't born that way.
Like we're having games too.
No, we have like communication skills that we have problems with too, but we communicate.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a good idea to do that with the baby. You're bobbling the baby's head around.
Please don't do that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. When it comes to that,
yep, I'm with
go
you.
with her, you go with the baby.
Okay.
The other responders finally arrive at the building, but the situation inside the apartment has reached the point of no return.
Can just stop.
Go. Whoa!
Officer Jordan White raises his gun as Maria approaches and fires 4 quick shots in a row.
32 shots fired. Someone just shot at me and Heather in the apartment.
Get that knife.
Oh my God! Get the baby, get the baby!
Get the baby's Jake.
You guys shot her and the baby! What's wrong with you?
No, stay down.
I am! Cuff him up.
I didn't do anything. Now.
I didn't do nothing!
Cuff her.
135, the baby's hit. I need AMR immediately.
What did I do? Just relax.
God damn it. Give me a hand. Hey, yeah, take the baby, get the baby out.
And you killed the baby! You killed the baby too! I remained myself!
Okay.
And you killed her! You killed my girlfriend and you... What the hell? And the baby!
The other responding officer finally comes inside, walking straight into the chaotic aftermath.
I didn't do nothing, officer! Officer!
If you wasn't a useless sack of shit and you see that your girlfriend is having a mental episode, you would have took your child away from her. And maybe the baby wouldn't be unalive or dead at this point. But she sealed her own deal when she pulled out the weapon and went at the officers. What was they supposed to do? Was they really supposed to allow her to stab them? I really want people to really think about this, because I mean, I understand he's mad, he's full of rage, he's anger. Who wouldn't, right? But you seen how big that knife was. You seen her make the movement towards the officer. What was he supposed to do? He was supposed to let her stab him, start swinging and dealing. What was he supposed to do? He asked her, give me the baby. He asked her before any weapons or anything came out. He said, please give me the baby. Please come out the closet. It took him 5 minutes to get her out the closet. You should have been concerned about the baby from the get-go. You seen that she's acting weird. and she's holding the baby. You seen that your mother tried to come over to see the baby and she closed the door in your mother's face. The social worker is outside trying to get information about the baby and she got hurt. She got the door closed in her face. Y'all wasn't letting anybody in. And then when the police get involved, you let them in. But instead of you doing what you're supposed to do as the other parent, and you feel that she's not handling whatever she's going through well, and that she could be a danger to your child, get your child from the lady's arms. But you didn't. You sat your fucking... You sat your worthless ass on the bed and you didn't think about your child. You didn't think about how this can go left. You didn't even try to help convince this woman to calm down in front of the police officers. Hey, let's try to just calm down. You know, you didn't even do any of that. You wasn't even trying to work with her or be some type of liaison between her and the cops, since they weren't getting any answers or she wasn't complying to any of their demands. You didn't do nothing. You sat on the side of the bed with your head down like, oh boy, here we go again. And you let all that fly by. Like, look, I'm sorry. Like, you know me, I love kids, and I am so hurt and saddened that that poor baby had gotten hit. But I'm not blaming the cops on this. I am not blaming the cops on this. Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. No. In that case, in that situation, there was no way that you can ask these guys to risk their lives by being stabbed in the neck or in the chest by this unhinged woman just because she's holding her child. I think one of the reasons why she was holding her child is she was holding her child as a soft spot. They would not be quick to draw out their guns if she's holding a baby in her hand. And she tried to utilize that and think that that was going to play out while she got guts to try to stab these police officers. And guess what? You took a risk and your risk was wrong. You found out the wrong way, and then you put your child in danger in the process. It's sad. It's really sad, man. That's really sad, man. Oh my God, that baby.
Shot her!
You know what?
And the baby!
I don't know what else to do with her.
He shot her!
Stay calm.
And the baby, sir!
Okay, hey, we need to get the cuffs off her. She's going into, she's stopping.
Cuffs off of me too, because I didn't do nothing!
Quiet!
He shot her!
Hey, get over here. Get the cuffs off her. We're going to start CPR.
And you shot the baby! What are you doing, officer?
Well, she's trying to stab me, guys, so...
The officers start compressions on Maria, but there is to be no happy ending. Baby Destiny is taken to the hospital, where life-saving efforts end at 2:33 p.m. 5 minutes after that, her mother is pronounced dead at the scene.
Dude.
Your life's over.
You good? Yeah, I'm okay. All I could see was the...
Shut the up!
Hey, it's okay. All I could see was the knife. I didn't see the baby anymore.
Is Chad good?
Chad's good. Okay.
In a March 2025 statement, the Jackson County prosecutor announced that no charges would be filed against the officer who shot Maria.
So AG Dave said, although I agree with you, the officer has other weapons. It doesn't take much to put that woman down, especially with a baby in her hands. Okay, so here's the thing. Officers do have other weapons. Do you not see what weapon she had? Do you know how quick it is to get stabbed? Do you know how quick it is to bleed out from a stab wound? It's a matter of seconds, sir. A matter of seconds. All of that happened within seconds. It wasn't a minute. It happened within seconds. Do I have to rewind it for you? That happened within seconds. It wasn't even a whole minute. That's how fast those type of situations go. Do you think if he had a what you call it? What is those things called again? What is those things called again? I'm sorry, guys. I haven't ate yet. I'm about to go eat. But if he had one of those what are they called again? Oh my God, I'm going brain dead right now because I don't have no food. Let's say if he had, like for example, he had a baton, or he has the other thing when he gives them a shock, right? Is that going to stop her from stabbing him? If he was to shock her, you think that the amount of votes that was going to kick out would be quick enough to kick out to disable her for her to stab him within a matter of seconds? No. No. The votes would not come out as fast enough to prevent him from being stabbed if he was to shoot her. All this happens within seconds. And this is why I love going over these type of cases with you ladies and gents, because a lot of people really don't understand the life and death situation that cops have to deal with 24/7. It can turn bad within seconds and minutes. You have to ask yourself, if you was in the same situation as them and someone pull out a knife and they're coming at you, you only have a couple of seconds to react. What are you going to do if you have A, a gun, B, a bat, or C, you can run? You can hope and hope that you're fast enough to run or to move away from when they, try to stab you. And now you have to ask yourself this question: which one is more successful for you not to get stabbed, for you not to be wounded, for you not to risk your life? And when you start to think about it in that way, a lot of that makes sense. All of this happens in a matter of seconds. I really want you guys to understand this. When I went to training, when I went to police training and all that, when I went to academy and all that, it all happens within seconds. It's not like the movie. You don't get a minute and 2 minutes and 3 minutes or 5 minutes, even though it looks like it. You had a lot of time to think about something else. No. The seconds are very important. They're very important. That's all I want to say. I understand you. I understand you, AJ. I really do. I truly understand you. I do. But I'm telling you, only have matters of seconds when your life is in danger like that. When your life is in danger like that. So, like I said, just please really, I understand we have situations and stories and everything that's on the news that you could tell that a law enforcement officer should have did something else. But there are a lot of situations where law enforcement are in that type of situation where they literally have moments to act, and the only thing that they're thinking about is, I do not want to die tonight for doing my job. I want to go home. I want to go home to my family. I want to be able to have a beer afterwards. I want to go home, you know? So do they, do they not supposed to think about their life anymore because they put on a uniform? I don't think so. I don't think so. You can't ask people of that. If I can't ask that of a civilian, don't ask unrealistic shit from people who's in uniform, okay? Don't ask unrealistic shit for people in uniform, because you know damn well if you was a civilian and you was walking and minding your business, or if somebody pull up a knife or a weapon and stuff on you, the first thing you gonna come to mind as a civilian is, I'm gonna do whatever I have to do to protect myself. But let's go on. So they found him. They didn't find any just criminal charges, and I understand why. In this situation, I understand why they didn't find no criminal charges. They had to react. She literally, on the body camera, you could see that she came at them with this very large knife and she was going to swing at them. And unfortunately, they wasn't able to get the baby away from her, even though they asked her numerous of times before she actually pulled out the knife and decided to attack them.
And her baby, saying, "The evidence in this case shows the officer responded to an immediate threat of deadly force. The suddenness of the attack left no time for a different response, and the officer had no space to retreat." The report from the medical examiner revealed Maria's history of psychiatric conditions, including major depressive disorder, schizophrenia, and psychosis. The toxicology report, however, showed no traces of drugs in her system. A GoFundMe started by Mitchell's sister raised nearly $9,000 for funeral expenses. Maria Masha Pike was 34. Her daughter Destiny was just 2.5 months old.
That one was sad. That one was really sad. I'm so sad about that one. That hurt my heart. The poor baby, the poor baby. And this woman had a lot of mental issues. So that's, again, there was a lack of communication, a lack of follow-up, and a lack of doing what they needed to do in the courts to make sure that that child was safe, and also this lady got the help that she need. If y'all have all this medical history of her having psychiatric problems, then where was the treatment? Where was her going to get treatment? Who was her counselor? Was she assigned to a counselor? Did she have any criminal history with her psychiatric, episodes? Because then she would have been assigned a counselor from the court. I have so many questions as to why this played out the way that it did. It seemed like it was a lot of dropping of the ball, and it seemed like it was one of those cases that went under the rug, right? It wasn't really taken seriously from doctors, from the courts, from social work. Nobody took it seriously. If she was going through that bad of psychiatric psychiatric illness or concern, though, I would think that when she was giving birth, wasn't there any signs of that when the nurse was dealing with her when she was giving birth within the first month, or even a couple of days after the baby was born? Did she have any post-traumatic stress disorder? Obviously, because it seemed like she was harming her child after being born with, after giving birth to them. It's just all sad, unfortunately, all around. The whole thing is just sad. It makes me sad. Prayers to that baby. And I'll say too, even though that woman's crazy, prayers to her too, because if she was dealing with something that she didn't even understand, she seemed like she had completely changed into a different person. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. Exactly. Taser wouldn't have stopped her. Thank you very much. That was the word that I was trying to say. Taser. It was on the tip of my tongue, sir, and it wouldn't come out. A taser would not have stopped her. Exactly. Trust me, I've been shot by a taser before. We need better mental health treatment. Yes, we do. Absolutely. When the baby was in the hospital, why did they return? Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. Exactly. You cannot tell me that they didn't see that something was wrong with her. Even when I had my child, you know, they was make sure not only was they monitoring my child to make sure that he was doing well, they was also monitoring me, you know, making sure, am I okay? Is her blood level dropping? Her vitals dropping? Does she sound coherent? Does she sound like she's suffering from memory loss? Like, a lot of people really don't understand that when you are no closer to death for a woman outside of having birth. And a lot of things change when you have birth or when you become pregnant. Things shut down, things ain't working anymore. Your hormones are completely out of whack. Don't know if you're going to get it back. It's a lot of change, a lot of differences. Like when women give birth, it's literally being reborn again because you are no longer the woman that you were prior after having birth. There is no going back to the woman that you were before birth. You are now a complete different being once you bring other beings into this world. And I don't think a lot of people take that seriously. They think it's just a walk in the park. It is not. It is not. Another one slipped through the cracks of the justice system. I agree. No oversight. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes. If it's too much trouble, the caseworkers ignore it. You know, I have heard stories about that too. I do. I have heard stories about that. Where was her parents? You're speaking to the choir. Yes, pregnancy is very, very dangerous. Yes, it is. It is. It's no joke. It's definitely no joke. Definitely no joke. This one got me feeling so sad, guys. But listen, I kept you good folks for long enough. I really appreciate every single last one of you. I know this last one was a tough one. The ones that have to deal with children are always the hardest. That's usually what happens here. But I do want to say thank you so much. And I appreciate everyone who's been rocking out with me for this long. It's been 4 hours. I truly appreciate you. So guys, I will come back live tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll hit you up with more cases. So just look out for the notification. Hopefully, I'll start a little earlier tomorrow, so it won't be this late at night. But I do want to say I appreciate every single last one of you. Make sure you're hitting the like button for me if you like this content. If you don't like it, hit the unlike button. It is what it is. Share this out to anyone who likes these cases. And also, I just want to let you guys know that there was a new update with the Carmelo Anthony situation that happened down in Texas. So he has been officially indicted for first-degree murder in reference to the Metcalf son. I am thinking about actually covering this case or following the trial when it actually comes to date. The trial won't start until 2026, so that means there's going to be more work done with discovery and evidence. I do want to follow it because I think that this case will be precedent, right? And the reason why I say that is going to be one of those cases that's going to go down in history, and not because of necessarily the racial dynamic that they have in it. I know a lot of people like to always bring it to the racial dynamic, right? But this case, the reason why it's going to be precedent is because this is a case of self-defense. And when is self-defense allowed and when is it not allowed? That's literally the basis of this whole argument. Do other people have the right to say when you are right or when you are able to defend yourself, or is that still a human right to all individuals? So it's going to be very precedently, and whatever the outcome is, remember, a young man's life was lost. That's very tragic. There is now another young man's life that can possibly be lost because of this. He might face life in prison with a first-degree charge, being charged as an adult. There is no winners in this situation. I want to make that clear. There is no winners. All right? This is an L on our community. It's an L on our society. There is no winners. However, we can always learn, grow, and be smart for it. So I'm really thinking about following this for you guys. And I'll keep you updated on any other information that I get from it. But again, thank you so much. I truly appreciate every single one of you guys. And I want you to have a great night. I bid you farewell and good night. Okay? Talk to you later. See you tomorrow.